हाँ, यहाँ पर कोई बात नहीं कर रहे, प्लीज.
A very good morning to all of you. I, Shweta Mankar from Department of Computer Science, welcome you all on behalf of Prerna College of Commerce in the one-day national webinar organized by Department of Computer Science and Department of Computer Application on the topic Information and Cyber Security, Past, Present and Future. Friends, as cybercrime during COVID-19 has been on rise continuously, hacking social media accounts, bank accounts, and other security details have become the order of the day. Therefore, now it has become imperative for us to engage ourselves in finding the safety from cyber security and from cyber crimes. So, friends, to enlighten more on this topic, I would like to invite Dr. Bharti Deshmukh, convener for today's webinar. So, please welcome Dr. Bharti Deshmukh. Next, over to Bharti ma'am.
A very good morning to all the eminent personalities, Honorable Secretary of Prerna Mandal, Dr. S.C. Gulane, respected Director of Prerna College of Commerce, Dr. Praveen Joshi, Honorable Keynote Speaker, Shri Kaisar Khalid, Honorable Resource Persons, Dr. K. Jitesh, Mr. Rahul Zamindar, and Dr. Ajay Kushwaha, and our today's chief guest, Dr. Pramod Kumar, all respected teachers from various colleges, and all my dear friends, a very warm welcome to all. It's great to be speaking with all of you today. We all know that cybersecurity has become a well-known term in recent years. People are spending a large part of their day online communicating through media such as email and social media and conducting their banking and shopping online, then posting their videos, pictures, or photos on social medias, etc. So then it's not surprising then that risks come with the digitalization of all our data. The more we rely on technology, the more vulnerable we are to attack. However, 80% of cyber attacks can be prevented through the basic knowledge of cyber hygiene. Cyber attacks not only affect the personal, social, economical fields, but also are used as a weapon to achieve political goals. So it has become a very serious problem. So again, it is necessary to make sure that the users of computers, WhatsApp, Facebook, etc., should ensure that security measures are kept updated and consistent. In my opinion, any sort of crime, online or offline, should never be tolerated. The safety and well-being of citizens should be safeguarded. Everyone deserves a right to live in secure environment, no matter in real life or on the internet. However, cybercrime has become much more serious than any other crime because it usually affects millions of web users at once. So, to throw light on all those aspects, like what exactly is cybersecurity, what constitutes a cyber attack, who are the cyber criminals, and who is at risk, and how to safeguard ourselves, and to share knowledge regarding how to ensure information security while using advanced technology, then the challenges of cybersecurity and its emerging trends on latest technologies, the Department of Computer Science and the Department of Computer Application of Prerna College of Commerce have organized a one-day webinar, national webinar on information and cybersecurity, past, present, and future. We have renowned speakers and experts like Shri Kaisar Khalid, Dr. K. Jitesh, and Dr. Ajay Kushwaha with us to enlighten us on the topic. And I'm sure that this webinar is going to enrich your knowledge in this field and will help us to tackle the problem if we at all become a victim of cyber. Today, we are not only fighting with coronavirus, but also we are facing challenges and opportunities in IT sector in this lockdown period. The COVID-19 crisis has affected societies and economics around the globe and will permanently reshape our world as it continues to unfold. Almost every country across the globe has been affected by the devastating coronavirus disease. The IT industry has been India's crown jewel in our country's economic growth for the past 2 decades. And the IT industry has provided global recognition for Indian youth's technology and entrepreneurial capabilities. The current situation due to lockdown has also affected the Indian IT industry and it has gone with lots of challenges and has shown path to many opportunities. So, to discuss about these situations, we have today with us Mr. Rahul Zamindar from Australia. And the topic of his lecture is the challenges and opportunities in IT sector post COVID-19 and during COVID-19. Today, we have with us Professor Pramod Kumar as our chief guest in the valedictory function. He will guide us through his inspiring speech. So, friends, I'm sure that for the next few hours, we will not leave our seats and we are going to gain a lots of information and knowledge regarding the topic from our wonderful speakers. And we are sure to form it in our education also. So, thank you all. Have an enlightening webinar ahead.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving the information about the importance and need of cyber security. Friends, to proceed further, I request Dr. Praveen Joshi, the Director of Prerna College of Commerce, to deliver the welcome note as well as inaugurate today's webinar session. So next, I would request Dr. Praveen Joshi, sir, please deliver welcome note. So next, over to Dr. Praveen Joshi, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Today, Prerna College of Commerce is going to organize a webinar on cyber security and information security, which is a very important topic in today's context. Cyber security, in fact, refers to the protection of computer systems and networks from the theft of or damage to their hardware, software, or electronic data, as well as from the disruption of misdirection of the services they provide. Today we are leading towards e-business, e-transactions, e-governance, e-banking, and even e-education, online education. So data is very important. But whenever any technology emerges, the hackers, the criminals, they have more advanced technology and they know how to hack the data, how to reach damage to the system, how to cause disruption in the services, and how to misdirect the services. It has always been seen that whenever something positive we do, the criminals, the antisocial elements will do something exactly opposite of it and will spoil the comfort of the society. Prerna College of Commerce has always remained dedicated to offering services to society. We believe in educating the society in all respects. And today, it has become very necessary for us to spread e-literacy among the masses. We in our college conduct e-literacy programs, and involve the masses. We also involve the parents of the children who study in our college. Our intention is that nobody should become the victim of the designs of criminals and antisocial elements. Whenever we hold parents, teachers meet, we make parents aware as to what precautions they should take whenever they follow the e-business, whenever they take up e-business. Even to our students, we guide about how to use Facebook, how to use WhatsApp, or other social media. We exhort them from taking any wrong step so that their life is not spoiled. So it's the effort of Prerna College of Commerce that society be educated in every kind of e-business. Today we have so many experts with us who will guide us in this field. We have very renowned name with us, that is Shri Kaisar Khalid. We also have K. Jitesh, we have Professor Kushwaha, and we have Rahul Zamindar from Australia. Kaisar Khalid Saab has been my friend for so many years. He is a very responsible, dedicated police officer. But beyond that, whenever he has time, he keeps on writing. He is a very good poet, he is a very good writer, he is a linguist. He knows about 7 to 8 languages, and I always admire his art of translation. Translating Urdu into English is the most difficult task, but he does it without allowing the contents to be changed in any manner. What he writes in Urdu is exactly translated into English, and those who do not follow Urdu can have the pleasure after reading from English. I remember one of his very important share, which shows that he is a great humanist. Mr. Kaisar Khalid is a great humanist. झुक के सीने में एक आग सी तो रहे, झुक के सीने में एक आग सी तो रहे, शहरे ये जामे कई रोशनी तो रहे. ये है दौरे हवस, ये है दौरे हवस, लेकिन ऐसा भी क्या, आदमी कम से कम आदमी तो रहे, आदमी कम से कम आदमी तो रहे. One of his शायरी that he had written long ago has really touched me deeply, and that has made me very fond of his शायरी. It's a beautiful one. जरा सी उम्र में इतना बड़ा कमाल न कर, जरा सी उम्र में इतना बड़ा कमाल न कर, दीवाना शहर को ए साहिबे जमाल न कर. जरा सी उम्र में इतना बड़ा कमाल न कर, दीवाना शहर को ए साहिबे जमाल न कर. है घटने बढ़ने की हर माह कोशिशें बेकार, है घटने बढ़ने की हर माह कोशिशें बेकार, मुकाबला मेरे महबूब से हिलाल न कर, मुकाबला मेरे महबूब से हिलाल न कर. गुजर चुके जो लम्हे न याद रख उनको, गुजर चुके जो लम्हे न याद कर उनको, गए दिनों का ये दोस्त अब ख्याल न कर, गए दिनों का ये दोस्त अब ख्याल न कर. So a person, a high ranking officer of police department, and a very eminent poet, eminent writer, eminent novelist, playwright is with us. He has extensively worked in the field of cybercrime, being a part of the police department and having interest in this field. So we are lucky to have him here. Formal introduction will follow, but I welcome him and I welcome all the other resource persons here and hope you, the participants, will be immensely benefited from today's webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And friends, after a wonderful start, it's time to introduce our honorable keynote speaker, Shri Kesar Khalid, by Dr. Devasis from Department of Computer Science, as well as program coordinator for today's webinar. So, I invite Dr. Devashish Das sir to introduce our keynote speaker. So next over to Dr. Devasis.
Respected Dr. S.C. Gulane sir, Secretary, Prerna Seva Mandal, Nagpur. Dr. Provin Joshi sir, Prerna College of Commerce, Director, Nagpur. Respected Dr. Bharti Deshmukh, Convener, all the program coordinators, Honorable Keynote Speaker, Honorable Resource Persons, respected faculty members from all over India and from outside India also, and my dear participants. A very good morning to one and all. On this pleasant morning of National Webinar on Information and Cyber Security, past, present and future, we are blessed with Honorable Sri Kaisar Khalid, Inspector General, Protection of Civil Rights, Maharashtra Police, Mumbai, as our esteemed keynote speaker. Sir, you need no introduction. Still, I feel privileged and honored to introduce you as our esteemed keynote speaker for today's event. Sri Kaisar Khalid, the man with golden heart, most humble and down-to-earth person, best IPS officer, public speaker, world peace ambassador, role model of youths, best poet with deep thoughts, who has served Maharashtra by two ways. One, by doing his duty as police officer, and one by feeding people in hunger by his made platform Pasban-e-Adab. He was born in Araira in Bihar. He completed his education from schools in Araira, later admitted to Science College, Patna. A brilliant student from very beginning, he received a lot of scholarships right from class 4 till he completed his education. He was selected for the prestigious Indian Police Service examination in the year 1997. He is widely traveled and started his career as a writer in 2005 when he edited and published the poetry collection of famous poet Syed Muhammad Ali Syed Azimabadi. Kaisar Khalid is a poet with immense understanding of human relations which have been enriched by his experience as police officer. He is among a few poets who have mentioned the lofty quality of thought, class of language, and originality of perception in poetry in the modern age. His critically acclaimed first poetry collections named Shaur-e-Asar was published in 2014, for which he received Maharashtra State Sahitya Academy Award. Sri Kaisar Khalid is an officer of Indian Police Service, born on Maharashtra cadre. He has over 25 years of experience in law and ordering policing, megacity policing, administration, human resource management, traffic management, community policing, crime control, planning and execution of projects, training, and anti-insurgency operations. Mr. Khalid, through a though a high-ranking police officer, realizes his social responsibility too. He is decided to bringing about a right positive change in the youths of this country, who are basically the pillar of this nation. He is convinced that the abundant stock of energy and enthusiasm in them has to be properly harnessed and channelized in a proper direction. Their talent has to be explored and put to good use in such a way that they can also contribute to the task of our nation building. Through his speeches, interaction, poetry, write-ups, and media, he motivates thousands of youths to develop positive thinking so that their energy will be utilized for a good purpose. The effort which will be appreciated by all. Nobody dislikes a good piece of work. Nobody dislikes good behavior. He emphasizes that the youths of this country should develop graceful behavior and attitude. And in this respect, he stands as role model for them. Hope he succeeds in his noble mission. Salute to Mr. Qaisar Khalid sir for working non-stop 24 by 7 relentlessly in this trying times of coronavirus pandemic situation. We are highly inspired by your work of going out of the way and arranging foods for thousands of people in need through police department and through Paswan A other team. Today we are safe just because of your sacrifice and selfless service towards countrymen. We all are proud of real life heroes of our police department. Now, we extend a hearty welcome to you, and I am sure your guidance to participants on this occasion will immensely benefit them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And we are lucky that as the keynote speaker, we have Sri Khalid Kaisar Khalid, sir. So, next to our keynote speaker, Sri Kaisar Khalid, sir.
Can you hear me? Hello. Just a sec. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Welcome, sir.
You are audible.
So you may proceed, sir. Hello. Are it, sir? You are visible, sir. You are visible, sir. You can proceed, sir.
Directly start.
Morning. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Definitely, sir.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to connect to people through a webinar on cyber security and cyber threats. Now, to the topic which I have been given to speak on is cyber security in context of our country, India. Now, friends, please understand one thing. Technology is a great leveler. It is a great equalizer. It removes borders and it makes things universal, definitions universal, problems universal, communication universal. So that is universality of technology, which is found across the whole globe. Whatever is a system in US will be the system in Japan, will be system in Korea, will be system in China and India also by and large. Means the operating systems, the way computers behave, the way information technology behaves. So essentially, first we should understand what this thing means. If you see the development of computers, it started in 1940s, and today the kind of computers we have is just mind-blowing. In the sense that in 1940s, when the first computer was designed in UK, the whole room was full of the equipments, and it had a very limited capability. Today, computers are available on palm tops. So you see the evolution of the things. Now, computer per se or any computing device or personal electronic device, as we call it, PED, when it is alone, by and large, it is a safe device. But the problem is that you can hardly use it alone. You need a connection. You need a server. You need a service provider. You need exchange of data to make it useful for your purposes. Now, for example, if I have a computer or laptop or mobile or pager, or for that matter, any tablet, if I'm using it alone, then also I require a connection. The connection may be a SIM card based connection. The connection may be a Wi-Fi connection, whatever. The moment I connect it with other devices to make it operational, more functional, I actually expose my device to outside influences. You understand this thing? When I expose my device to outside influences, those influences may be good and those influences may be bad. So anything which is a bad influence on my system, my computing device, my network or infrastructure related with that network is essentially a cyber security threat. It is not only my own computer, but it is also the network, it is also the system, it is also the server or the cloud or other architecture which makes it possible for me to enjoy the services of that device. For example, as of today, everybody is carrying a smartphone. By and large, everybody is having a smartphone. Now, to operate that smartphone, you need a data connection. And what is the data connection? The GSM connection or data connection is nothing but an operator gives you a bandwidth. The moment you connect it with that operator is also providing services to millions of others consumers. Now, these millions of others consumers get connected in a network. That network becomes functional. That is how I can call you, you can call me on a phone. I can send you a message, you can send me a message. I can send any picture, any data, any kind of thing to you, and vice versa. So we are all a connected world. When we are in this connected world, then what happens? That I am not only exposing myself to my equipment, I'm also through that network exposing myself to other people. Now, you understand one thing, that when this exposure is taking place, the risk that I face as a human being in the real space, in the real world, where there's a threat to my life, there's a threat to my property, and there's a threat to my dignity. These are the three primary kinds of threat that we face, and laws are devised to safeguard me reasonably from these threats. Institutions and systems are created to reasonably safeguard me from these challenges. You have police, you have revenue administration, you create a house, you make a house, you have boundary walls, you have locks, you have keys, you have doors, you have windows, you have your reputation protected, and all those things. This was happening in physical space. This network of computing devices has created another space which is called virtual space. Now, this virtual space has similar kind of problems as our real space. In real space, you can see the person who is doing this breach. Somebody is attacking you, you can see him. You can know the kind of weapons he's carrying. You can see the shape, size, strength. People
आपका ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा है कसर साहब. You are not audible. Audio is not working. You are not audible. कभी कोई ऑडियो का प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है.
Hello.
हाँ अभी आ रही है आवाज. Now it's okay. Now I think would be able to listen to you.
Hello.
Is it okay? It's okay.
Hello.
We can listen to you. You are audible to us now. Hello. Hello. कैसे साहब? We can listen to you. You may start, please.
Hello. Hello.
We can listen to you. Please
Hello.
start.
या तो मैं कहाँ तक मैंने पूरा किया था, मैं वहां से आगे फिर करूंगा.
Yes.
कहाँ तक आवाज आई थी? हेलो.
There is
Now
that
I was
virtual
discuss-
space.
Okay, good. Now the virtual space I was talking. Now
Yeah,
you see,
right.
virtual space is similar to real space only. Only thing it exists in the network. So what is happening if you see the growth of civilization today? The foundation of civilization is gradually shifting to technology. Now, just look around your house. What are the things you will find? You will find a fridge, you will find a laptop, you will find a smartphone, you will find an air conditioner, and by and large you will find a Wi-Fi network also existing. So if you see, many of these things are connected also. Today we hardly have middle class houses where this internet connection is not available. Now where do you have internet connection? Actually, that means that you have put on a viewing mechanism in your house itself. Let me tell it this way. Your mobile, if it is having a microphone or if it is having a camera, can always be used to record what you are saying without your knowledge, to see what you are doing without your knowledge. Now, look how we are behaving now. Gradually, most of our assets are shifting online. We are ordering goods online. We are transacting through our banks online. We are moving from offline to online. Most of our assets have become online now. I'm a writer, my books are available online. If you see the biggest companies in last 20 years, they are Google, they are Microsoft, they are Facebook, they are Amazon, they are eBay. What these companies do? Are you seeing physical infrastructure of these companies in your town? You will not find. They are all online. And imagine the amount of money they have made. Why? Because civilization is gradually shifting online. Now today, if I want to spoil the reputation of somebody, what I do? I did not hire a loudspeaker and go and shout that he has done this and he has done that. What I need to do is get some pictures and send to thousands of people, publish it online, put it on Facebook, put it on LinkedIn, put it on Instagram, whatever. And that person's reputation is ruined. So what happens? Our dignity, our property, our life also to a large extent is shifting online. Now, this is what we see. Let us move on to something different. How our defense is working. Rockets, nuclear weapons, weapon systems, tanks, they are all connected through some satellite network for control, command, control, and operation. Now, if you see the moment you connect them into one system, you are exposing that system to outside control as well. I may hack into that thing and I may do something. Take an example of, you are aware the famous case of Iran's nuclear reactor meltdown. Now what happened? If you know about the history of that thing, Iranian government was purchasing certain equipment from Germany, which supposedly the US intelligence found out. So they put up a Trojan into that system, and when those machines were brought and they were installed, they led to malfunctioning and meltdown, substantially damaging that years of hard work by Iranian government and scientists. So how do? I need not send my army. I need not attack. I need not send a rocket or something. I need not do any sabotage physically. I can do it electronically. I can do it online. So the damages that I am capable of doing in real world, the same damages in the real world can be done through network control. So what is happening? That what I was discussing, the threats that we face to our life, to our property, to our dignity are increasingly shifting online. For example, take an example, the biggest robbery of a bank that you may uh, imagine or may have heard was worth how much? Which people committed by going to that bank, attacking the bank, opening the vault, taking the money out, maybe few crores. Look at what is happening in banks. Way back in 2014, when one of Indian banks was robbed of 168 million US dollars, converted into Indian rupees by multiplying it by 75 odd rupees. What was the amount? Now what is happening? That most of these things are shifting online. So what I'm talking of is that as our civilization is shifting from the real world to virtual world by the aid of technology, we are actually getting exposed to new kind of threat. That threat comes through somebody accessing our network and doing and taking it over actually and doing whatever he likes, the way criminals do elsewhere. So cyber security becomes very important. I was talking of defense. Think of our power stations. Think of our power grids. Think of our critical infrastructure. Think, for example, take example of Nagpur city. You are in Nagpur city. Suppose somebody takes over the control of all the traffic lights and manipulates it in such a fashion that all the lights turn green from all the sides. What will you have? You will have massive crash. You will have accidents. You will have chaos. This is one example. Take the example of dams. Take the example of power plants, thermal power plants you have all around Nagpur. So what happens that whatever needs to be done in a physical world by somebody physically going, struggling, taking control of that particular premises and its resources can actually be done by sitting anywhere in the world in virtual world. So that is the kind of threat that we face. Now, any threat which results in minimization of the, the utility of some of our assets, denial of access to the rightful people, or withdrawal of services is actually a cyber threat. Now take it, the threat which is emanating due to interconnectedness of devices and networks resulting in harm to your life, your property, to your dignity is a cyber threat. Now, since cyber world does not differentiate between countries according to border, it is pervasive, it is across the world. And since the criminals do not have to travel from one place to other place, so what happens, it can be actually done at the ease of your own homes or offices. One. Secondly, in crime, the national governments or nation states are never involved. But in cyber kind of thing, nation states are also found to be involved. Take an example, for example, when Russia invaded Georgia, it simultaneously launched an attack on the government networks in Georgia. People remember of the blast in Siberian pipeline way back 1982 by US intelligence. The pipeline burst. Why? Because they had embedded a Trojan. Now the methodologies of that attack vary from place to place, institutions to institutions, depending upon capability. Now let me give another example also of this. Why I'm talking all these things, I'm giving those examples because it is estimated that by 2023, the value of cyber security industry will be more than 600 billion US dollars. It is just 3 years now. More than 600 billion US dollars, which is much bigger than many of these industries, traditional industries that you see in the world. Therefore, we should be very clear on that. Now, in the cyber world, the threats, the level of threat vary, the targets vary, the vectors. Vectors means the agents through which this attack is carried on or this is executed. They also vary. In traditional world, crime will never threaten a nation state or national government. It may increase, it may decrease, but the survival of the nation state will never be at stake because of the crime. It never goes out of hand so much. But in cyber world, it may go. For example, there will be critical threats where the agent will be what? Nation states. Nation states will themselves be agent. You may be hearing government-sponsored hacking. Threat vector may be espionage, it may be theft, it may be sabotage, it may be product iteration. For example, in India, we'll have that in due course, but in many of the Western countries, medical supplies to patients are controlled through computer. How much medicine has to go, how much oxygen will go to a patient who's connected, who's on bed, is controlled by computer, network, and systems. Suppose somebody alters that, what happens? And these cases have happened where cancer patients were given 100 times more radiation than what was prescribed in a hospital in Canada because the system was hacked. So there may be critical threat to our defense system, to our infrastructure, to our power sector, to anything which is connected through network. Basically, it is this. Take example your heavy industry, take example of your car manufacturing, take example of your dams, your hydraulic systems, your smart cities which are coming up. Now, what will be a smart city? A smart city will be one city where a lot of systems will be controlled through electronic means. Opening of gates, opening of doors, opening of windows, supply of water, lifts, security systems, alarms, garbage collection. Now somebody manipulates these things. What happens then? You may also see, in fact, in this context, there was a movie called Eagle Eye. Way back, I think that is a nice example of how the system may be manipulated. So that threat will be critical. And we are not immune to that kind of threat. We will also be facing, and we are facing that kind of threat. Second is competitors, because private sector is the leading sector of economy globally speaking now. The government sector is shrinking and the private sector is increasing. So what will happen? What happens? Your designs, your product specifications, they might be taken. In fact, espionage also by national governments also, they do espionage. What is the development, research and development? Suppose we have DRDO. Now DRDO is developing certain missiles. DRDO is developing certain aircrafts. It may be developing certain submarines. What happens if that design is stolen? If that design is compromised? If some adversary state knows exactly what we are doing, what are our capabilities, how can they ride over that? If you remember the famous case of Osama bin Laden, where US choppers, they came to his residence in Abbottabad, they were not detected by Pakistani defense network. It is said that because the control of that network, particular thing, they were imported equipments from US, they were overridden by command. So imagine tomorrow something happens to some other country. So that is there. Then of course theft. Then of course product alteration. That can be done by competitors also. For example, take an example of say telecom industry. Biggest players. If somebody is able to sabotage that network, imagine the impact it will have. We are speaking through network connection that is being provided by some private player or government. Now, if that is compromised, I will not be able to speak to you. You will not be able to send any data. You will not be able to communicate. So many things are dependent upon that. Imagine where aircrafts are connected. Imagine where railways are being connected. Imagine where crossings are taking place. All these things will go haywire. So that kind of threat is there. Then organized crime. They are also coming in a big way. You are aware there are so many ransomwares are there. So espionage, fraud, theft can be done by them. And terrorist, of course, sabotage, violence. Suppose a power plant is compromised and a blast takes place. What happens? What will be the impact? How many people will be killed? What will be the impact on the morale of the country as a whole? So that is a big challenge, and we are not immune to that. This is a global and worldwide challenge. Every country is facing that kind of challenge. So we are also facing. Then that was a critical threat. There is a high threat where what are the agents? Activists, those people who hack, they might involve or indulge in espionage. They might engage in data theft. They might engage in sabotage. Sometimes disgruntled employees also. Then reckless, untrained or distracted employees, that might result in accidental breach of your systems, network, misuse of data. Then at the medium level of threat, we have thieves, who can steal the things, who can do espionage, who can do fraud also. Then irrational individuals, they may cause physical theft, sabotage. Vendor or partner, they might do accidental leakage, intentional fraud and theft. And there is low level of threat, which is outward sympathizers. They may indulge in deliberate breach of data or misuse of data. Now, why I'm telling these things, you can see a lot of different kind of methodologies through which these kind of things happen. Somebody might do it through botnet, some through ransomware, some through Trojan, something. See, technology is always evolving. The methodologies will evolve. The vectors will evolve. What kind of thing is there? Previously, they used to send programs, softwares, emailers, but now it is not necessary. A remote access can be, through a remote access, your system can be compromised. It can be taken, the control can be taken off into the hand of somebody else who is a hacker. Now imagine what happens when your systems are compromised. You may never be able to know that your systems are compromised and somebody is using your data. Somebody is using those facilities. So the harms are not necessarily immediately visible. This is the worst part of cyber attacks, that we may not be able to know exactly that we have been compromised. It may take weeks or sometimes months together to understand that thing. So what is happening that in our country also, we are facing a lot of such threats in the government sector and as well as in the private sector. That is the kind of threat which is prevalent across the world. You should not be surprised to know that in 2015, Obama had to declare a national emergency because of the cyber threat in US. That was the kind of threat. And it is evolving so fast that no physical threat can ever actually equal that. In physical thing, you have to prepare, you have to organize people, you have to go, you have to attack, you have to breach, you have to reach to the target, you have to coerce the person there, and then you can achieve something, and your achievement will be primarily which is available there. Which is available on the other sides, you may not be able to access that. But in cyber thing, that is not the case. It happens anywhere and it can happen anywhere. Once you get access to a system, whatever are the resources of the system across the globe is all available to you. There's a very famous adage, in fact, uh, if somebody might have seen that. Sometime back when Mr. Mark Zuckerberg, he came on Insta to give a message, his laptop, the microphone was sealed, the camera was sealed. Imagine that even a technology giant like Facebook considers it that they are not safe. So that is the kind of threat that we face. So how do we respond to that threat? There are 5 steps in which we can respond to that threat. The first step is education and awareness. Please understand this thing. Cyber threat is not if issue. If you are exposed to cyber threat, it is when issue, when you will become a victim. All of us who have got a connected network are exposed to cyber threat by virtue of being connected. Is basically you open the door of your house, anybody can walk in if he's capable enough. It's like that. So education and awareness among the people is the basic foundation of countering this threat, that when I have finished my work, I need to switch off my system, my devices. I need to ensure that these are not being misused by somebody else. Nobody gets access to that. Take example, we have laptops. Have we ever, after finishing our work, taken the laptop offline? No, we just switch it off. It is still connected. The device is still connected. So that device is capable of being used by somebody else.
Sir, hello, sir. You are not audible to us. You are visible, not but not audible.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. You may proceed.
Going offline, na? People are calling on this WhatsApp, and that is resulting in this loss of connection, unfortunately. Hello. Now, should I continue from where? Should I continue?
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Sure, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry. So,
Yes, sir.
what I was speaking, how to counter this threat. How to connect, how to counter these things. First and foremost is education and awareness. Why education and awareness? Because cyber threat is everywhere. Whoever is connected, whoever's device is connected to a network, be it a mobile, a smart mobile phone, be it a tab, be it a laptop, computer, whatever, is actually exposed to this threat, and he may become victim of that threat anytime. And most of us hardly have any security feature installed in our phone, on our laptop, on our devices, and all that. So we may become victim. It's not a question if, it is a question of when we become a victim. So first and foremost is this. Second is planning and preparation. It has to get into the mind of each and everybody that this kind of threat exists. For example, if you are having some money and you are going, so you will take precaution that you are not being robbed. Nobody is attacking you midway. You are going safely. You are reaching your destination safely. But here, what happens? We hardly take any precautions. So we need to plan ourselves that way, and we need to prepare ourselves that way. Preparation. I was just giving an example. Do we ever go offline? All our devices are always connected. Our laptops are connected, our tab is connected, our pads are connected, our mobiles are always connected. We never go offline. In fact, we fear that. We're afraid that we might go offline. We may not get WhatsApp messages. We might not be contactable. So we are actually 24/7 exposed to that kind of threat. So we need to plan ourselves and prepare ourselves. Then detection recovery. This is very important. That suppose something has happened, we need to have mechanism to detect it immediately and minimize the loss that might be caused to us. The more time we give to a hacker, the more is the problem of the greater is the challenge. For example, take example of a bank. If a bank is unable to detect a hacking, it will be open to be exploited so long as that particular threat exists. Money might be taken out, and this has happened with so many banks. So detection and recovery is very important, and then sharing and collaboration. Unfortunately, if you see in cyber world, people stand in isolation, companies stand in isolation. We hardly collaborate with each other, while the hackers, the cyber criminals, the cyber terrorists, they cooperate among themselves. They cooperate with each other, and that is why you see simultaneous attack on assets emanating from different countries, different cities. So that is important that we share and collaborate. We share our experiences. We share how we face that, how we were able to recover that, how we were able to take steps to ensure that this kind of threat does not affect us again. And very important thing is ethics and certification. Why? Because devices are never manufactured with this kind of threat perception. For example, you have a video camera. Have you ever thought, or has the manufacturer ever thought, that video camera, when it is connected to a network, might be used for spying on you yourself? It was never the thought process. So we need to have an ethical basis of doing the things whereupon we understand that yes, this is a device which is used, but it can also be misused. For example, now you have driverless cars. They're coming to India also. A driverless car is basically nothing but a connected network which guides the car and its speed. Suppose somebody takes over that control and he crashes. What will happen? There will be loss of life or injury, and there will be loss of property also. So we need to have a realistic assessment of the challenges, and we need to ensure that our products have that kind of built-in defense mechanism whereupon these threats are detected and they are counted, and at least the owner is immediately informed this is what is happening to you, so that he is able to take corrective measures. Therefore, so cyber threat is a very pervasive kind of threat. It is omnipresent, and as we move towards digital economy, we will become more and more exposed to this kind of problem. Therefore, we need to be very, very aware of this thing. And in this, national boundaries do not matter. Will not come and hack your computer. Will not hack your computer. He need not come. He will be sitting there in China, some city, and he can hack your computer. He can take out the money from your account. He can steal your identity. He can do any sort of nonsense. That means your life, your property, and your dignity will always be threat from all the actors across the globe. That is the beauty, or that is the expanse of the threat, that the criminal may not be present physically in the premises. He may operate from anywhere. And now when he can operate from anywhere, we need legal systems across the globe, common minimum standards of behavior, whereupon if somebody is doing something, then just a second. Somebody is exposed to that kind of threat, then how do we do or take legal steps? We have Information Technology Act 2000 in India, but suppose the criminal is sitting in West Indies, what do you do? So it will require a lot of extradition treaties. It will require minimum commonly understood and agreed standards, because now it is not that anybody can attack anybody from any part of the world. Therefore, international cooperation is a must. But the problem again is that what happens when the nation state themselves are involved in this? What is the way out then? So it is a very complex issue, and it is always evolving. Today you have one kind of threat, tomorrow you have different kind of threat. But please understand that the target of terrorists or target of the criminals or hackers will always be life, property, and dignity of individuals, or the same thing belonging to a nation state. So that is the state of things. Now I have deliberately not spoken on smaller issues of phishing and this and that, because you can read it anywhere. I'm giving overall perspective of nature of cyber threat, how it is operating, what is the kind of architecture within which it is operating, what is the level of threat that we face as a nation state, as a society, as individual human beings, and then how to cope up with this problem. So this in short was a kind of brief introduction to cyber threat as existing in India. Now its impact on certain banks, certain financial institutions, some infrastructure facilities, some kind of power sector are smaller issues which fit into the larger framework, whether the threat is critical, the threat is large, it is medium or small, who is the agent, and what are the vectors. But always remember, it is the connectivity through which this threat emanates. If you do not connect, you will not have any threat. The problem is that we cannot live without connecting. We cannot operate without connecting. Our lives have become interconnected, and this is creating a different kind of problem also for the nation states, for the governments. For example, today there is a virtualization of data. The data is not being stored in physical form. For example, take Aadhaar. Do you think Aadhaar data is in physical form written somewhere? It is all in computers. That is in virtual space. Now that is one part, but large part of data is being stored on clouds. The clouds are owned by different companies. They are not in the control of nation states. For example, the servers of Google or Facebook are not located in India. So what happens? If you need that data, if you need to seize the server, if you have to get the log, if those companies do not cooperate, do we have systems whereupon we can force them? So this is the kind of threat, or this is kind of challenge that we have. So very different kind of challenges. Nation states are identifiable by their boundaries. You go to our borders, you will say India, udhar se China, udhar se Pakistan, udhar se Bangladesh, udhar se Sri Lanka, udhar se Bhutan. But what about cyberspace? There is no such boundary. When there is no such boundary, then we need a different and new legal system, a fresh look at the problem. How nation states cooperate to ensure that the benefits of the technology are utilized by all the states for their development. At the same time, the challenges and the threats which are emanating by misuse of that are taken care of. That is the biggest threat that all of us as nation states, as countries, as government, as society face. On this note, my lecture part of the things, but if you have certain questions, and I was told that there will be some questions by people. So how do I access that? Do I have they written it here in the message thing?
Sir,
If you is there any other thing? Hello.
There is
sir, there is one chat box. So, hello.
Chat box, na? Where this
So, can
message
you hear
thing is
me?
there.
Yes,
Right?
sir. Through the chat box, you can do.
Just a second. Let me see.
Okay, sir.
Short.
Okay. So it says one question is this: what are the simple steps to secure our data at home? Now, the simplest ways to secure our data at home, one is to go offline when you do not need it. Second is to set up a two-factor authentication, which is important because at least it enables you to control it at two levels. Second is this. Third is that what is the install in your system. Fourth is that please do not download those emails about the source of which you do not know. You'll find a lot of emails coming to from suspected sources, some income tax department, some other department. You have not subscribed to them. Why should you download those things? By and large, even today, the way of gaining access to your computer is by sending an email and asking you to open it up. The moment you open that particular attachment, the Trojan or the virus there or the software, malicious software which is there becomes active. So the people who have nothing to do with you, people whom you do not know, if they're sending some mail, just do not open it. And if there is an attachment, please do not open the attachment unless you are sure that yes, that attachment is something which is concerned with you. So that is, I think, uh, 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 the best way as a general practitioner to avoid becoming a victim of cyber threat. Uh, there is some issue regarding this feedback, one feedback, and of course voice is not clear, audio is not clear. That was due to that problem because when I switched off my mobile, I was getting some calls on WhatsApp. Can web or security camera be hacked? Yes, whatever is connected to a network is prone to be hacked. It can be hacked. Anything. That is why I give you the example of Mr. Mark Zuckerberg. While he was recording an Instagram video, he had put a tape on his laptop's camera and its microphone. Anything which is the electronic thing which is connected to a network is capable of being hacked. Sir, even antivirus software are having access to all our data. Are they safe? If it is an authorized antivirus, they are safe. Obviously, they create a kind of firewall which screens the programs or the people who want access of your computers, but they are basic level of security. Good hackers can always get past your firewall and can access your data. It is possible. It is possible. In fact, the companies which manufacture these softwares, they themselves get a lot of threat. As per a report by Kaspersky, which is manufacturing these softwares in India in 2017, they got more than 14 crore threats. Only Kaspersky systems. I'm not talking of Norton and other things. Imagine that that is the kind of attack which we are facing. Then Mr. Mohan Borikar, sir, what are the simple steps to secure our data uh, at home? You see, the simplest way is have a copy of the data and keep it offline. Keep it in a device, in a storage system which is not connected, because what is happening most of the time, we lose our data because we do not have a backup. See, what is ransomware? Ransomware is nothing but somebody who's taken control of your data and demanding some ransom from you. And if you pay, he will release the data. If you do not pay, the data is lost. So one should always have a copy of the data. That is advisable. Of course, most of the time, because of our own preferences and shortage of time, we do not keep copy of the data. But in the cyber world, we need to keep a copy of the data to remain safe and secure. These are some of the questions which I was able to read. And Rahul says, sir, without connecting to the network, can anyone hack a mobile phone? You see, if you are not connected to a network, people are not having access to your data or your mobile. But the fact is that the mobile also becomes useless. You are connected to something. See, if you are having old phones which only were useful for calling and receiving call and sending messages, probably that was a much secure system. The moment you have a smartphone and you put internet or GSM and you have GPRS activated, actually you have connected your phone to a network, and that network is also being connected by somebody else. So your phone becomes exposed to that threat. Is Truecaller safe to use? Is the question of Manisha. You see, whoever is giving you a free service, please remember one thing: there's nothing called free lunch. So whoever is giving you a free service is actually accessing your data. You give permission to access your data, and if you see, you will get a lot of call from unsolicited people, like banks for loan, consumer durable companies, clothing companies, and all that. Whatever data you have fed, your age, your sex, your education qualification, whatever kind of friend you have, they all become an item of sale. And in fact, the data is sold. What is called metadata. Metadata is sold, and companies are earning a lot of profit by selling our data. How is it that the moment you go, say, you search just search holiday package to Shimla on Google, and you will start getting phone calls from travel companies कि सर हम ये दे रहे हैं, ऐसा हमारा पैकेज है. That data is immediately sold. So everything which is you are accessing for free, and where you give access to your contact and your other photographs and other things, is actually their data now, and they use that. Then Shivani says, sir, one more question, please. Sometimes our cell phone number is somehow used by hackers externally. How can we prevent it? See, one is that whatever cell phone you are using, you need to upgrade it regularly, the safety features, because no operating systems is foolproof. That is why they in fact periodically release upgrades of the system. One is this. Second, please do not visit those sites, those places which you do not need to, because the moment you connect, you are exposed. Suppose I'm carrying some money, और मेरा पॉकेट फूला हुआ है, बाहर से दिख रहा है, तो I'm exposed to a threat. Now, how do I take care of that threat? Is how, what kind of safety and security mechanism I have in place, and how do I avoid visiting those sites, clicking those links which I feel are dubious. For example, many of these people would know, if you visit some sites, then immediately you say कि your data has been compromised, please purchase this thing. That kind of message you will get, that kind of mailer you will get. So basically, I'm exposing myself. So in cyber world, everything is open to a threat. Then Shahid says, sir, how to know if someone hacked my computer? If somebody has hacked your computer, you will lose control over your data. You will lose control over your systems. Just see if the computer is behaving the way you are saying, one. And secondly, you will see that some of your data is compromised. So that is how we know some systems will not work. Sir, in our financial transaction, this is Sakshi transaction, we save through electronic mode. See, electronic payment gateways have a high level of security, and they are constantly evolving. So by and large, normal transactions that we are doing is safe. But obviously, our financial institutions themselves are prone to be attacked. That is how banks are attacked. That is how financial institutions are attacked, and money is diverted. But by and large, our simple transactions are safe. This brings me to the topic which I did not cover, is cryptography. Your ATM cards, your debit card, your credit cards actually are, what happens the moment you put it in a machine, it sends an encrypted signal to the system, and the system responds. If you have two-factor authentication, then your system is safer compared to other. Also, previously, the kind of ATM card that used to come, there was a system whereupon somebody can bring a machine close to your pocket or the purse and can actually copy your data. But now we have got better systems. So the credit cards or debit cards which are there are safer compared to the old credit debit cards. That is why the banks periodically reissue the cards. See, bank does not want to lose money, but they reissue because they incorporate the latest security features. Otherwise, the whole e-commerce will be in huge problem. Then Somaya says, is doing online payment through mobile risky? As I have already explained, by and large it is a secure system. Because they are taking those precautions. Nitin says, sir, mostly our FB Gmails, we don't log out on our cell phone. Is that risky? Yes, that is risky, because if you are connected, that means you have opened the gate. Manisha says, since WhatsApp provide end-to-end encryption, but hacking takes place how? You see, encryption is nothing, but it is a kind of algorithm which is generated because of that particular message. No system is 100% safe. If there is an encryption, there will be a decryption of that thing also. Because see, the moment it goes to that bank or financial place, in case of an debit or credit card, it is decrypted. So the same encryption can be decrypted also. And if the government needs that thing, that can be decrypted. But by and large, for a normal hacker, it is a difficult thing. But of course, whatever is encrypted is created by a human being. So decryption is also created by human beings. The issue is, what is the value of the target? How much energy do we need to invest in that? That is what cybersecurity is. Cybersecurity is raising the cost of that access to an unbearable or unacceptable level. There will be threat. People will try to hack my systems. People will try to get into my system, but I should raise the cost of that threat of access, the cost of that access to such a level that hacker will say कि भाई इसको छोड़ दो. That is the kind of thing. Then Shivani says about reciting of the poetry. This is not the occasion, but some other time definitely. So thank you very much for your questions, and I think I have taken more than my allotted time. So thank you, Professor Joshi, Professor Devashish, and everybody for giving me this chance. And I'm sorry for the interruption that took place midway. But technology is always evolving. Probably sometime later we'll come out with better systems and we'll be in a better position to interact freely, connecting many, many people. Thank you so much. Bye.
Really profoundly thankful to you. It was a wonderful, informative, and educative talk. And I mean, it was less formal and more informal. It was a kind of interaction that was taking place between you and the participants. And the language that you have used is very lucid, and you have diluted yourself to the level of the participants, though they are not so technically sound. Really thankful to you. You have educated us a lot. You have taken up all the basic issues which people must remember in order to save themselves from cyber crimes. So, thankful to you, very grateful to you. And again, next time we look forward to listening to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care. Bye. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really a great pleasure to listen Shri Kesar Khalid, sir, as we have learned a lot from his speech. So thank you so much, sir. And now, friends, to introduce our next eminent speakers and to handle the next session, I would like to invite Ms. Priyanka Chandawar to handle the next session. So next, over to Priyanka, ma'am.
Professor cum NCC officer in Mahatma Gandhi College, Iriti, Kerala. He is a scholar par excellence. He has specialization in cloud computing. Though he lives in Kerala, he has tremendous attraction for Nagpur city, and it can be seen in the fact that all the way from Kerala he came to Nagpur for his doctoral research, which he has been successfully completed. He has been continuously working on different aspects of cloud computing and ensure very soon he will be completing his postdoctoral research in the same area. He is a member of Board of Studies and also chairman of Board of Examinations in Kannur University. He has delivered many lectures on national and international platform. Now, I request him to begin the session and enlighten us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Actually, we are running out of the schedule, 1 hour late. Right now, my session was about to start on 11. So, good morning. Sorry, it's nearing noon. So, better to say good afternoon, India, and very nice to meet you all. This is, as then welcome speakers told that my name is Jidesh, here from Kerala, the God's own country. But right now, God is back to heaven. We are all ruined by Corona, like everywhere else in the world. Okay. Hope you all are safe and good at your home or wherever you are right now, keeping yourself out of reach of Corona. And we have been confronting devastating situations that has never been encountered or experienced before. There were cases in the history, but Corona is now going to inscribe another history for the uncertain future. It's true that the impact of Corona is horrendous or rather atrocious. But still, at the same time, I can point to a little positive effect as well. And the positive is this thing that this give us the chance to come closer. This give us the chance to meet together. This give the opportunity to meet people around the globe. So in that sense, we can take it as a positive challenge. And all right, we have got only 40 minutes. Actually, as I said, it's running out of schedule. So I would like to move up to my ears into the subject or directly. And the topic of the webinar is crucial at this center, where the entire world is confined within the volume of a digital world. For that, I appreciate the authorities, the organizers of this particular special webinar for the right and righteous choice of the topic. It's been the need of the time. All right. Actually, almost all practical aspects has been touched by the keynote speaker, and that made my job somewhat easier. And as I said, we are running out of time, so I need to rush so that I can complete all the PowerPoint I have prepared. Skipping something would definitely distract my train of thought, so we can move directly into the topic. Okay. Right now, we are compelled to confine this way of interaction. We have no other choice, and we have been using without any second thought. As the speaker, keynote speaker told, we have been using this. We are viewing this. We are using the electronic gadgets, especially connected to the network, very frequently and without any second thought. But the fact is, almost all are oblivious of the real threats hidden behind the screen. And here we are gonna see it. We are gonna explore it through this laptop. And this is my, okay, we can skip this slide. Okay, this is our agenda of today's webinar. We'll see this introduction, cryptography, then we'll see the technology to protect our data, cryptography, steganography, and watermarking, a distinction between these three aspects, and then we'll move to the real threats behind the screen or on the screen, and later we'll see security services, then the security mechanisms, and if time permits, I will show you some of the most sought after jobs in the IT industry, especially in information security, and often we will conclude the session at the end. 1 out of the 10 news disseminates around the world is of security. From the time immemorial, or eons back, we have been encountering or we have been concerned of security. Not only humankind, but every living being on earth is of concerned of the self-protection, and I think it is our primary duty or responsibility to protect ourselves. The interesting fact is that the need of the security was minimal in the past. Actually, there were no much technology. There were no much. What could say, we were not developed that much. As and when people are developed, as and when men are developed or developing, the need for the security is becoming quite high. And in this digital era, the term security is as said by our eminent keynote speaker. The term security is closely associated with the information that has been sent over the net, and data is everything. In short, we can say that data is life or vice versa. So protecting the same is our responsibility to have a better or peaceful life. So we will move to the next slide. I think I cannot control the. So can you move the next slide? Hello, am I audible? Yeah, that's good. Introduction. So as of now, the previous exercise. Okay, anyway, you can keep it there. At the outset, I would like to apprise you that before moving into the topic, I would like to classify this session into two. And the security can be divided into two aspects. That the security of our network devices and the security of the data that has been saved in our system. As I've said, I would like to emphasize you that our network devices are under risk almost at all time, and the risk increases when your data is becoming crucial. So we need to be cautious of all these things. As I said, information is asset. It is a precious asset, and we can say that information is life, and life is information. So we need to be very cautious of dealing with all these things. Otherwise, our life would be in trouble. After the introduction or the invention of internet during the last 50s or the late 50s or early 60s, it has become the conduit of the communication, and it emerged like anything. And the interesting, fascinating fact is, however, the internet communication is, or the lion part of internet communication is, that is about 90 percentage of internet communication or data communication was happened only after 2016. And the perplexing point right now is the corona. During, especially we are facing the corona, during these corona days, the usage has been pushed high up to about 70%, and the report shows that about 2.5 quintillion of bytes have been communicated throughout the net right now or during these days per day, about 2.5 quintillion of bytes. That means 2.5 into 10 raised to 18. And in near future, for the coming days, it will reach definitely up to 6 trillion or septillion. We cannot even imagine that. So we know what is information. We know the importance of information. It's not data, nothing but data. And there are differences between data and information as far as computer science is concerned. But as of now, I use the word data and information interchangeably. Actually, I need security because our devices, as said, because our devices are open to outside world, open to network, especially the devices, gadgets connected to internet. Not only the mobile phones, but your laptops, your notebooks, notepads, everything that is connected with the net is prone to attack. So be careful about all these things. I think we all know the fact. We all know the fact, but are not concerned of the issues, or we are not always serious of the issues. We always think that nothing would happen unless something has happened. Normally, there is nothing to happen, but there are chances, very chances, high chances to steal your data, to eavesdrop your confidential credentials if you are not cautious. For example, we always access the net, or we often download applications, especially free apps. In all these cases, we will be asked for some permissions, and without any hesitation, we will click next, next, next. That is our habit. We won't even look into the message, what has been prompted, and we will just give the permission. We rush to download it. We need everything within jiffy, and we will give all permissions. And unknowingly or knowingly, we are all giving all permissions. They may be permitted to access even the internal memory of our devices, and may lead to grab all your credentials like your password, your PIN numbers, your account numbers, whatnot. We actually have the habit of saving all our credentials inside your mobile phone. Break your habit so that you can save your life. Otherwise, all your credentials will be under surveillance of hackers. Actually, I am not making you frightened. This is a fact, a real fact. As far as an individual is concerned, or as far as a person who is a layman is concerned, there is no need to worry. But when people are becoming important, very important, so the cases would be different. You will be always under the surveillance of some sort of hackers or attackers. And probably you might have experienced cookies. It's a small data which have been sent by the website to your system and stored inside your system, and it has almost a few permissions. Like it can show, it can take your statuses, it can take your email and details, even it can take your valuable things. So be aware of those cookies. And these things has been said by the keynote. The foremost thing, or the main, the important thing he mentioned is, I would like to repeat the same. We need to be cautious, and sometimes we won't be alert, or sometimes we won't know until our system has been cracked. So be careful that. But the thing is, if you are downloading, or the biggest way to keep your mobile devices safe from some types of malware, or rather attack, is download apps only from non-trusted applications like your app stores, your play stores. So you won't be need to worry most. And regarding to the malware, we will be looking into the second session, second part of this session. All right, I think security is. We need to go to the slides. We have two sides of information security. There are two sides. And as I said, the one side is the security of the data being communicated. That is the first side. And the second side is the security of the data which is being saved in our devices. So we will see the first case in the first session, and in the first part, and we will go to the second session later. I think we are running out of time. I actually was rushing to complete the session. Anyways, we will right now we will see the technologies behind securing our prominent data, which is being communicated all the way. We have two or three techniques. The first one is cryptography, and the second one is steganography, and we have a similar mechanism, that is watermarking. So actually nowadays, people are more of organizations are more fond of this cryptography, and this is nothing but the art and science of writing secrets, which means the original message is going to be converted into a secret form. That is cryptography. It's actually uh, compared with two terms in Greek, that is crypto and graphy. Crypto means secret, and graphy means writing or secret writing. Actually, it's a combination of blend of eclectic mix of art and science. Science can't do much. Science can't do perfection. So science is always with it's a real life. Science is always needed the help of, or the blend of art, so that it can be made flawless. We have two types of steganography as far as the time is concerned. That is traditional, which means ancient. We have a very fascinating history behind these technologies. Even date backs to 1900 BC, and most prominent emperors like Caesar, Alexander, almost all in history had used this technology. And two types of the technology then exists was substitution and transposition. And we have modern cryptography, that is symmetric cryptography, asymmetric cryptography, and visual cryptography. So I think we can move to the next slide, which shows, yeah, this is communication. Actually, we are talking about this communication. This is a simple picture. This is the sender, and this is the receiver, and they are communicating through a insecure channel. The conduit is insecure. That is why we need security measures. So we can move to the next session. Okay. So okay, okay, good. These are the case in points. I will just explain for overall, having the not having the background of computer science. This is the plain text, which means our normal text, original text. That is ABC for the sake for the typing. And this is ciphertext, which is the converted plain text. That is, the plain text is converted into a disguised form and in unintelligible format. That is what is called ciphertext. And ABC is converted into DEF. Here the algorithm used, the step used is substitution. We substituted all the original letters with the help of other letters. Actually, we replaced A with the D, E with the B with the E, and C with the F. That is it. I think almost all you know. And this is the mathematics. I think we can skip. Okay. The second is example for substitution. Transposition. Transposition means we are just changing the letters. We are just shuffling the letters. DF is shuffled. EF. This is only for the sake when things are getting huge, the shuffling will be very difficult to disclose. So we'll move to the next session where we can see that uh, some of the available most prominent modern cryptography techniques. So please, okay, this is this. There are actually I told you there are three types of cryptography right now existing. The first one is symmetric. The second one is asymmetric. We have these technologies, these algorithms, symmetric. Uh, Cryptography, the most prominent algorithms are DES, Data Encryption Standard, 2 DES, which means the double the power of DES, 3 means triple the, and AES, that means Advanced Encryption Standards. These are the technology used by WhatsApp and some of the most prominent social media networks. And symmetric means at both ends, they are using the same key. Actually, what is happening is the sender who is locking the message. Cryptography means is actually locking so that no one else can read it. And he will send it to the other side. And the other side, the receiver needs the same key, copy of the same key. So that is what the name symmetry. And second, asymmetric. That means the symmetry crypto system has the problem of sharing the key. Then we need to find out some a secure manner to share the key at the besides along with the original message. So that itself breaches the very essence of the communication. As far as symmetric crypto system people are concerned, people who are supporting the symmetric, especially the Duffy and Hellman introduced the mechanism, and they were thought that if we need to share the key, that itself breaches the very essence of the communication, and they go for another mechanism where key exchanging is not actually apparently needed, and that type of mechanism is called asymmetric, where two keys are used, a pair of keys are used. The receiver sender uses one key, and the other one, the receiver uses another key, but these keys are mathematically related. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. And now we'll move to the other side of the cryptography, that is visual cryptography. I think we can move to the next slide. Yeah, this is visual cryptography. It's something different. There is not much mathematics, but still it has some complexities, which means we are slicing our message into pieces. For example, messages are being communicated digitally. So digits means, for example, take a message as 8 bits. So each bit is as a share. We send all these shares through different channels with different groups. Here, for the sake, for a case in point, I sliced down a message into two horizontal part. The first slice is called a share one, and the second slice is called a share two. And I think if you run the, so please, can you please execute this slide particularly so that you can see what is happening, please. So can you, hello? Hello, sir. Hello, actually, am I audible to? Hello?
Hello. Sir, you are audible.
Okay, can you please can you please show the slide? Can you please execute the slide? This slide, this slide 10, number 10. Please
Yes, sir.
show it so that the theory will be clear.
Headphone.
If you are most of, I think most of, if you are there who are not having the background of computer science, or if not possible, we can left it. Okay, that's good. There is no need to run it at all. So I think we can move to the next part. Actually, the security of the communication, the security of the communication is measured in terms of three aspects. Three aspects. They are otherwise called triple pillars of information security, or otherwise they are also known as triads of information security. And they are nothing but, sir, please move to the slide number 3. They are actually known as confidentiality, integrity, and availability. As far as a layman is concerned, a security always does mean confidentiality. the secrecy of the message, but it is not completely true. Apart from confidentiality, we need to preserve the integrity of the data, which means the reliability of the data, as well as the availability of the data is too important. And these are the three terms or aspects that has to be secured, that has to be preserved to say that our communication is secure. If any one of this is lost, the very essence of the communication will be lost. And that is what they are referred as triple pillars of information security. And these are all quintessential part of information security. Confidentiality means the content of the message is not eligible to a third party. Content of the message is not known to, not even readable to a third party. That is what is confidentiality. The saving the same is for the confidentiality. No one else but the receiver and the sender can read it. The trespassers or adversaries or intruders can sometimes access it. They can even capable to access it, but they can't read it. They can't understand it. That is what is confidentiality. And once confidentiality is assured, it doesn't mean that the system has become secured. Why? Now think of a situation where an intruder has access to this data, even though it is not readable to him. He can change it, he can delete it, he can destroy it, he can wipe it out. That itself causes or breaches the essence of the security communication. So we need to preserve its integrity. Changes would be there. Changes are must. Changes are inevitable. Data needs to be changed time to time. But all these changes should be authorized. The very essence of the communication or the very meaning of the message shall not be disturbed. So we need to preserve integrity too. Once these confidentiality and integrity are preserved, that doesn't mean the information is secure. The final part is the message or the information shall be reached to the destination at proper time, on time. If it is not reached, if it is not available on time, then also we can say that the very meaning of the communication is breached. So all these aspects are equally important. They are also known as, I said you, triple pillars, aka triads, or rather you can refer it as principles of information security or goals of information security. There are many words in the engineering use. And when all these aspects are assured, you can say that your communication has happened to a T. And we now we will move to actually I told this mechanism behind preserving all these things: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. All these things can be incorporated and can be accomplished by means of cryptography. And then next we are going to see steganography. So please move to the other slide, steganography. There's something different. This is the other side of the coin. Information security has two sides. The first side, cryptography, and the other side is steganography. Actually, steganography is getting popular nowadays. Cryptography does mean writing information or secrets or writing our plain text into a secret form, whereas steganography means actually we are hiding our information into some innocuous, innocent images or pictures, or rather any sort of digital media. So that is what is steganography. It actually means concealing, hiding. Actually, it is hiding the very presence of the information. Cryptography doesn't hide anything. Actually, the adversary can very well realize that something secret is moving between the sender and the receiver when we are using cryptography. But whereas when we use steganography, the adversary might not know, he cannot realize that something is happening in between the sender and receiver, because our secret, our most important, vital, crucial data is saved or embedded or superimposed inside images, or even videos, or even audios. And that image, the image seems very innocuous, very innocent, no, not at all very serious. So adversary might not think that something is hidden inside it, and the information will be received at the other level very easily. But this is the advantage of steganography over cryptography, and people are now, especially terrorists, intruders, are now after pursuing steganography rather than cryptography. Next we will see watermarking. So can you move the slides to watermarking? Okay, watermarking is the third part of security, but actually the purpose of watermarking is not exactly equal to cryptography and steganography, because cryptography and steganography are used for giving confidentiality and integrity or other availability. The purpose of watermarking is to give integrity or authorization. It is actually used in the cases of intellectual property rights or keeping our copyright protection intact. And we might have experienced, we have been seeing that the Gandhiji, I mean, the picture of Mahatma Gandhi is watermarked over Indian currencies. That is part of something like watermarking. And now I think the technology behind securing information is over. We will move to the other side of the session, that is the attacks actually associated with our actual data. So we have discussed about the security of the information which is being communicated. Now we are moving to discuss about the security of the information which is being saved in our devices. Before that, we will see some of the attacks or most of the attacks that are prone, that are very much behind the screen. I think we can move to the slides. Yeah, sir, please move forward, move forward. These are all the technologies of steganography. We can skip it. I think if you want to help right now. Actually, we all are getting hungry. So please move, sir. Please move. Yeah, we can skip it. Okay, these are all the covers. Okay, we can move it, move it, move it. And the real part is at to wait. And we need to discuss that things somewhat more. So please move. Go, sir. Go, sir. I mean, actually, I'm not know the numbers. Move on, move on. So please move, 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 move. This time is getting uh, nearing to the end. So please move. Move, sir, move, sir. These are all actually discussed. This is the big picture of the security. Just move, sir. Wait, sir. Wait, sir. Very, very. No, back, back, back. Okay, stay there, stay there. There we go. So these are the different types of as hackers. Hackers means the intruders, the trespassers. Actually, the real threat behind the screen. We have four types of hackers. Script kiddies. Actually, uh, they are naive or unsophisticated. They are yet to learn much more about hacking. The real threat is cyber terrorists and state-sponsored terrorists. So these are all the classifications of hackers, and we have a special word hacktivists who actually promote political agenda. So these are all the intruders. Actually, these attackers are always known as intruders or hackers. And we have two types of attacks. One is passive attack, and the other one is active attack. Passive attack just means that the intention of the attacker is not to destruct your system, destroy your system. He just want to see the messages which are being communicated. He will be happy with that. So that is passive, but this is also dangerous. Like our passive smoking, this is also dangerous if it is not uh, uh, not at all verified or alerted. And the other side is active attackers. There are two types of active attacks. One is masquerade. Masquerade. That is what is spoofing or something like impersonation, or we can say that burlesque. Is very dangerous. He's mimicking somebody else, pretending a very important person or the most beloved one, and he uh, access all our prominent data. So that is what is masquerade. Then we have modification. The type of active attack, modification. He will modify all the data and make use of the same for his own purpose. And the other one is a replay. A replay is other way of active attack. And we have denial of a service. Denial of service. Actually, it causes attack to the availability of the data. So these are all the types of attacks, and these are the types of hackers, intruders, trespassers. available. And now we will move to the slides, that is what about malwares or malicious software. Sir, you can move to the next slide, malicious software. Actually, we need to concentrate on these issues. So, because as far as an individual is concerned, this malicious software is the most dangerous one. Actually, hackers are making use of this malicious software to uh, grab all our potential vital, crucial data. We need to thwart all these type of malicious softwares. Otherwise, the system will be in destruction, in trouble. But as said by the keynote speaker, we would notice only after our system has been destructed. So be aware of that. Malicious software means the programs that causes harm to computer system or our network. As said earlier, all our electronic gadgets, all our devices, mobile devices attached to the internet are prone to such kinds of attacks. And there may be people who have encountered such issues. Definitely, most of a few of you have encountered all these issues or some of these issues, and these are apparent threats where we need to concentrate more. If we are not at all serious, if you are not at all serious about these issues when indulging into internet activities such as downloading, upgrading your applications, web browsing, browsing some unsecured website, the consequences would be very serious. If we are not serious, the consequences would be very serious. So be careful when using web services. We can't help living without net. I'm not making you panic. We can't help living without internet activities. And there is no need to avoid the usage. What we need is a little patience, a little endurance, and a little caution that can help us to deal with all these issues. One thing I would like to remind you one thing actually, and there is no such a thing like a free lunch. There is nothing free. If there are, seems to be free, some hidden agenda would be definitely there. So be assured of that. And the malicious software get into your system through some of the various means. I mean, it happens to your system. It come to your system once along with your free downloads. As I said, clicking on suspicious link, clicking on spam mails, opening mails from malicious sources, visiting malicious websites, and finally, if your system is not having good antivirus, it is you have to cost. I mean, you have to pay much. So I want to remind you to install a good antivirus software so that you can thwart all such types of attacks. Actually, the mission is targeted at accomplishing unlawful activities. Malicious software is actually targeted to do unlawful activities such as robbing your data and deleting your data, or even taking control of your devices. That is what is called a ransomware. We will see. Uh, we can list out all these different parts. Actually, all these malicious software are generally commonly referred as viruses. Virus. We all refer to this generally as virus, but actually virus is one and plenty of lot. Apart from virus, we have worms, we have Trojan horses, we have spywares, we have adwares, or something like malvertising, advertising or malvertising type of malicious softwares. We have rootkits, we have a ransomware. A few of you might have experienced a ransomware attack during 2016 or something like that. And we have logical bombs, and another attack is the advanced persistent threat that is actually associated with huge industries. And we will move to each of these malicious software very briefly. Computer virus, as you know, virus is nothing but vital information resource under the siege, and it is a software. It can self-replicate. It can self-replicate once it is installed or come into your system. It can self-replicate as and when some application associated with is executed. There are different types of viruses. I will list out, I will give you some of the few parasitic virus. You have a stealth wire in a list, and these are the few. Until now, let's we will move to. Sorry. We'll move to worms. Worms means similar to virus, but it has the capacity to self-execute. Your virus cannot self-execute, but your worms, which means somewhat dangerous than virus. It can self-replicate as well as it can. All these names come after the virus entities. It automatically executes. There are few types of worms, email worms, and I think instant message worms. You have payload worms, and you have IRC. I think internet related worms, and plenty of worms that are in the we have next Trojan horse. Trojan horse. Then actually the name come after the great Troy War, where Greeks used a huge wooden horse made of wooden, and they hired the most prominent soldiers inside that. So that is history. You can Google it. There are fascinating history behind all these technologies, as always. So Trojan horse is another type of malicious software. It's actually non-replicating. But the thing is, sometimes it seems very legitimate. You can't find it. You can't even realize it. That is the trick strategy they use. It seems realistic, legitimate. After gaining the access of your system, it starts its performance. It all start all sort of illicit activities, and it is very dangerous to realize, find it out. Hackers are always using these sort of malicious software, Trojan sources. It can store your passwords. It can destroy your data programs on your hardware. But no, and it is very hard to destroy. Then we have other type of malicious software, spyware, adware, and that are all self-explanatory. And now the other kind of the very real but dangerous thing, rootkit. It really alters the regular functionality of your operating system. Be aware of that. Once it is actually virus is very easy to find out by using antiviruses and all. But these sort of Trojan horse rootkits are very they are not common, but they are very dangerous. They will take control of your system. There are different types of rootkits out there, so you can Google it. And next is the other interesting malicious software ransomware. I already told you some of you were encountered this in the last 2 or 3 years back. Actually, there are two types of, three types of ransomware: scaryware and screen locker, and you have encrypting ransomware. Scaryware is not that scary; it's unsophisticated. Actually, screen locker is very dangerous. It locks our system. It locks our screens, and at the same time the other one encrypting, which encrypts all our data, all our information, and we cannot access or we cannot even read our vital information. So that's what associated with the ransomware. And the last is advanced persistent threat, which means it is actually not associated with the individual. It is actually associated with big corporations, industries, or governmental organizations, defense, etc. Actually, APT, advanced persistent threat, is nothing but it's a broader term used to describe an attack. The attack, it is actually a campaign. It is actually a campaign planned by most prominent hackers into this. They are a team. They will research everything and they will do all illicit long-term presence on your network in order to mine all your highly sensitive data. The targets typically include big organizations or governmental organizations and um, defense services. Once they got, they will be there for uh, long time. They are very carefully chosen and they are very much researched before they are getting into the stream, before they are attacking that particular organization or concern. The consequences of such intrusion is very vast. That includes something like intellectual property, as I said, intellectual property theft, or trade secrets will be grabbed, compromised your sensitive information, and ultimately to sabotaging of your critical organizations. So it devastates our situation, total destruction at all. But this is not part of human individuals. We not individually we need not worry about all this. And these things cannot be thwarted by antiviruses. Actually, this requires something different thing, some different mechanism, like endpoint protection platforms and enterprise security. These are actually blend of eclectic mix of antiviruses, firewalls, and spyware applications, control features, and intrusion prevention mechanisms. All these in one umbrella, and especially meant for protecting data from, as I said, APT. I mean, advanced person technology. So these are the most prominent or the available or listed threats associated with our electronic devices. And I will show you some of the best antivirus softwares that are reported 2020, the best among the 10. So I think, sir, please you can move to the a few slides. So please move the slides to, yeah, no, go, sir. You can move, you can move. Go, sir. All these things were discussed. Please move. Okay. Okay, I would let you know some of the, uh, as I told you, there are few uh, antiviruses available, and these are the antiviruses that are listed in top 10 our ranks. The first one is McAfee, the second one is Bitdefender, and the third one is Norton. These three are very excellent, and you have Wilcox, Total AV, and you have Kaspersky, you have Avast. Yeah. You can use anyone among these for the sake of protecting your system, but you should be assured downloading one among the antiviruses. You should use antiviruses. And apart from that, I would like to inform you that as far as our mobile phones are concerned, there is no need to install or operate. I mean, such antiviruses, because almost all operating systems of mobile phones are self-protected in some extent. And even if you install antiviruses, it will definitely turn down your speed of your system. So as far as vigilant and cautious user is concerned, intelligent user is concerned, there is not to install antivirus. It's my recommendation. There is not to install antiviruses in your mobile phone. Mobile phone OSs are always self-protected. Already they have such mechanisms. And if you install antiviruses, that itself become antivirus. And when you open any activity, this antivirus will execute automatically and will cause you some trouble. So there is no need to install antiviruses as far as your mobile phones are concerned. And I will show you right now a few job opportunities available. This information security aspects. Actually, these are the most sought after. This is just for the sake of computer science teachers or your beloved ones. They are interested in computer fields, or they are pursuing after getting a job in computer industry. These are the best among the top 10 industry IT sort of jobs, and that is especially in information security areas. The first one is Chief Information Security Officer. All these jobs require the rudimentary qualification as BSc Computer Science or IT, and upon the BSc Computer Science, they should secure, accomplish, achieve a few certification courses. Chief Information Security Officer always needs a CISM, Certified Information Security Manager, or a CISP, Certificate Information Security System Manager. And all these certification courses are available online. You can just Google and find it out wherever it is most uh, advisable, and you can just opt in. And I will give you the salary of all these most sort of jobs in India. Per annum, 25 lakhs. Beyond 25 lakhs is the salary of Chief Security Information Security Officer. And in US, it crosses uh, one lakh $80,000. So these are the salary and details of this Chief Information Officer. And the second one is the Security Architect. This also requires CISP certification, and the salary exceeds 20 lakhs per annum. And we have another post, Penetration Tester. The penetration interesting. Ethical hacker, and always companies appointing ethical hackers to test the vulnerability of the system. And they also require some certification courses like certification ethical hacker, certification expert, or something like that. They do also pack huge salary. And there are other two, cyber engineer and a computer forensic analyst. And now I would like to conclude my topic. Actually, I am rushing to confine everything within the stipulated time, and I don't know how it happened exactly. Somehow I completed it, and you know that these things are there are MSc and MTech program to train people for almost all these things. It took definitely 2 or 3 years. So within this jiffy, we touched almost all things, I think, and there will be some doubts, so we can clarify that if possible. So I conclude right now, no tech is going to survive long. And whenever the technology is introduced, a new technology is introduced, there will be definitely many kind of attacks associated with it. Therefore, the need for security never ends. Never, never. Its facet will be changing, but the need will not never change. And actually, we are moving to the fifth generation computing, where artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning are going to be dominating the industry, the computer world, the real life. The style and the type of attack would be definitely changing in the near future, and even the definition of security may also change. But today's technology will not be there, and the service providers will be changing. Everything is going to be changing, or everything is going to be reshaped. Definitely, it will be reshaped. But the thing is, we need to protect ourselves, and we need to be survived. The things we need to realize is that all these technologies are only for us. All these available technologies are for human kind, human purpose. So don't ever let any technology to dominate you. Don't ever let any mechanism to dominate you. Be dominate all those technologies. And I think now is I'm not sure whether we do have enough time for questions. And if there is no question, I think I can go for my what of times I should say some few uh, gratitude to my beloved friends at Nagpur. I can complete the vote of thanks too, so that we can move to the question session. At the outset, actually, the introducer, the welcome speaker, told about my relationship with Nagpur, and actually, it is my home away from my home. Actually, it is my second home, and all this just because of one person, only one person, Dr. Praveen Joshi sir. You are director of your Prerna College, direct, I mean, the backbone of this webinar. He has been in my life since 2014. For past 6 years, he has been showering his blessings, his affection, his love, and whatnot. Uh, and at this extent, so sir, I really need to convey my deepest sense of gratitude to you, gratitude for you for your all kind of patronage that you have been providing me, for all the glories that you have bring me in my life, bring to me my life, and I deeply indebted to you. As always, once again, I thanking you for giving me such a wonderful opportunity, and I think Madam is also safe at your home. I convey my regards to her. And next, I would like to thank my new friend, Debashish. He has been in touch with me for the last 2 or 3 weeks, and when this webinar is scheduled. I got a new friend, actually, and I got a new attachment at Nagpur. So thank you, my dear friend, Dr. Debashish, for giving me such a wonderful opportunity. And thank you, the all and the near and dear, and all are the backbones of this webinar. And finally, lastly, but not least, to the participants of this topic, I extend my sincere thanks to the participants for the patient listening. I don't know whether they listen much, but still, it's my obligation to convey my lot of thanks. Thank you for watching me, and thank you. I think there won't be any questions at all. And I think actually time is running out of it. Okay, and apart from that, it is lunch time. I might be very hungry. Thanks to the network, I think there was no further disruption or disturbances. Shall I quit? Shall I stop my screen? Debashish, sir?
Insight into the depth of the topic, ensuring information security while using advanced technology, which will benefit us to great extent. In fact, you have successfully and effectively awakened interest about this area in our minds. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we move on to next session of today, and it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Ajay Kushwaha. He is an associate professor and PhD supervisor at Lovely Professional University, Punjab. He is a lifetime member of Indian Science Congress IAENG Hong Kong. Also holds membership of IAENG for Society of AI, Computer Science, Data Mining and Software Engineering. He published more than 12 national and international research papers. He co-authored more than 7 books in national and international publications in computer science and application.
Hello.
He participated and conducted many seminars, webinars, workshops, conferences, and e-content development with more than 20 online MOOC courses from reputed platforms like Coursera, Udemy, Allison, Basic Technology, and many more. Now I request him to begin his talk. Over to you, sir.
Hello. I'm audible? Okay. First of all, it's afternoon time, and I know that this time is quite lazy, but yeah. But I want to just ensure that my presentation, I would like to throw some important aspects, and we will cover some of the basic things. Before we start, first of all, I would like to thanks Prerna College of Commerce, Nagpur, and especially my friend and Dr. Debashis Das, Dr. Leeladhar sir, and the convener and our patron like Dr. Gulhane, Dr. Praveen Joshi for inviting me for this talk. And I found it's quite interesting time, and it's quite a time where we have to discuss and where we have to think how exactly it's all going on. Yeah, good afternoon all. So I know that you all are listening from the morning about security, security, and security. You might have got, and all the eminent speakers, I would also like to thank to them for giving their wonderful thoughts. And just I would like to add some of the things. We would like to make some interesting facts on it. So if you are able to see the presentation, actually the presentation is basically not moving. It's an animated presentation. So if organizer can allow me to present from my PPT, then it will be better, else it will be okay. Because I have embedded some of the graphics and the animation, which will make more appealing to all my audience listening here. So on behalf of Prerna College, I welcome you all on board on this discussion. So we would like to make it more discussion point of view rather than just simply making a lesson part. So cybersecurity And if I talk about its emerging trend and challenges, we are facing and we are seeing a lot of changes. So multiple things are going on, and if you go and see, trends are always setting because every day we are seeing something new happening in the techniques, something new happening in the technology, and that's this all are going to make an entire aspect and our thinking in another way. So let's begin it. So first of all, if somebody asks you that what is hacker, hacker has a lot of perspective. If somebody says about the hacker, we feel that hackers are some bad ones, yeah, but there are also some of the good people they are doing and they are doing ethically. So if I talk about the hackers, we should not always conclude that hackers are bad one. Hackers are someone who are having extra talent, who are having a lot of hello, who have a lot of information with them. They are there is some technical, yeah, okay. So this is all about the technology, and still we are in the particular stage of using it. So sometimes, if I always comes to across a certain field, whenever we learn or whenever we teach hacking subject, we find that hacking word is taken in some other way, in some wrong way. Yeah, it's right that hacking is not exactly always good, but remember, nowadays hacking becomes a wide and a good profession where people come together, the ethical groups come together who are well organized. Now companies are coming forward. They are providing the opportunities not only in the world but also Indian government and various organizations are there. They are working for it. So I think this PPT is not playing, it's not animation. But anyway, I will, if it's possible, I will show the animation. So next, if I go and talk about the challenges, see remember challenges are always, challenges will be always there. So if you feel what is going to happen next, remember one thing, every challenge gives an opportunity. If I take the recent example what we are facing today due to the COVID pandemic, we are finding a lot of challenges, lot of different difficulties, everything is there. But apart from that, there is a second side of the coin, and we are feeling that the challenges, we are getting certain opportunities, we are learning the things, we are getting adaptable to the things. In the same way, security also holds a lot of different challenges in it. So if I go and see, almost 3.5 million new unfilled cybersecurity jobs are there. So guys, those who all are there who want to make their career, it's a good time to start. See, learning never stops, and if you go through it, this particular COVID has also given an opportunity for all learners from all age groups. Age doesn't bear, so everyone who wants to explore themselves, there is an opportunity. And the very good thing is that everything now, most of the important things are coming free. If you go and take any of the reputed organizations courses like Coursera and other edX, all are providing a free courses for you. Udemy is the biggest platform, and more and less whatever you want to find, Google and YouTube is there for you. And now, thanks to the webinars, a lot of webinars are there, people are coming together at a single in a collaboration, and now they are sharing their experience. So this is a good time for everyone to at least take some hands on security aspect. It is not only for the student but also for the faculties, because now, if you like or not like, we are using the technology, and whenever we are using the technology, there is always an scope for threats, scope for attack. So we always have to ensure. So by 2021, it was an survey said that almost 3.5 million jobs are there to it, so compared to 2016, and there is an increase of almost 350% in few years. So this is all about it. If I go and say, there are, if I talk about some kind of cost which is happened, that is damage happens almost 86.4 billion, that is in 2017, and still is growing. If you have heard the recent news by Interpol, they have said that cybersecurity threats are now increased due to the COVID pandemic. And I would like to context to India also, because since we are from Indians and we must know what is happening in the security part. You might be knowing phishing attacks are growing a lot. the day PM announces for PM Care Fund, you find multiple links similar to that, multiple accounts similar to it, and that makes a lot of it. Almost in a single day, until they get freeze, crores of rupees get deposited. In fact, you must be happy that they all get caught, but still, this is the thing which is happening. And we are somewhere are getting trapped to certain kind of phishing and spam attacks. I will, if you all are here, if you all will be there, then we will going to have some live demonstration for all of you. I have prepared. Unfortunately, I'm not able to play my animation, but still I will share the slide where I will tell you what is the simple phishing attack can be claimed in the last of the slide. So please stay tuned, and if you have any questions, let me know. So this is all about the challenges. We are facing a lot of challenges in it, and definitely, guys, if the challenges are there, we have to be very safe and secure. It is not only for the concern for the companies, for the small organization. It is for everyone. Anyone who is using a digital device, anyone who is using a smartphone, laptop for their use, work from home, for any kind of use, they must have to be ensured that they are highly secure. Okay. Yeah. Next, if I go and talk about the recent challenges, as of my topic is suggesting, few important challenges are coming together. I hope that you might be knowing about the first important challenge called as ransomware evolution. Guys, if anyone knows about certain ransomware attack, they can type the chat message, or else I will take the name. Next is AI evolution. AI, you all know that, artificial intelligence. Next, third is IoT threats, blockchain revolution, serverless app vulnerability. These are the latest threats or challenges in our cybersecurity. What exactly are that? We are going to talk. So let's go and start off it. My first, what was the ransomware? You might be knowing something about the WannaCry. It has made huge disruption in the IT industry. You might be knowing. So it is nothing but a kind of attack where virus just encrypt entire file system of yours, and then it will just ask for some ransom money. And unless you pay, it will just reveal, it will give, otherwise it will just reveal the data or they will delete the data. And just think of the companies, billion-dollar companies who are keeping the data safe. I would like to I would not like to take the name of the particular game, but the famous game was there. The gamer, they have just want to release some pre-videos for their game. If you know, please put your chat in the comment that you know about that particular game. I will be very happy. So what happened? They have just able to made an access, and they have able to inject their ransomware code, and that entire system get what infected. So they asked for some ransomware money, and they said that if you're not going to provide, we will release the entire video. So you know what happened? So without editing and without the final edit, the biggest game was just made released by the company without editing also, because they know that these kind of bad hackers or this kind of group may damage their entire reputation. We have seen a lot of damages using the ransomware, and ransomware is going to costing more and more. So if you're finding that almost every year doubling is there, so ransomware attacks are still growing. You might not hearing some news, but if you go to the African countries and all, you're finding still some small companies and other large, small and medium large scale companies are getting attacked to it. So this is all about the ransomware. The data is already available for you. You can go through it. This was basically a presentation. Actually, I'm not able to play the animated slide, but the animation here, it was showing that a small script runs behind the code whenever you're working. Actually, we used to teach this also. We used to make a certain VM setup, that is a virtual setup, and then we used to teach the student how the script runs. But I'm not able to play that particular animation. What is happening inside? Whenever you see, automatically message will pop up for you whenever the code runs, and it will encrypt entire file, and the moment it will appear a ransomware screen for you. Again, just because the animation is not playing, I'm not able to show it, but you can imagine it, because I feel that you might have heard the word called as ransomware somewhere in your entire journey, because it was quite popular in India also a few years back, 1 or 2 years back. Okay, so this is all about it. This is a various scheme which is going to be shown whenever the ransomware attacks place. So this is again, I was having the heat map for ransomware infection, which was just made. The data was available till 2017, and if you find, it was a GIF image, the graphic image was there, which was showing how the particular duration from 2014, 15 to 2017, how the ransomware has occupied all entire world. So it was a heat map which was showing over there, but it is not supporting the animation. That is why PPT is not playing over here. Next, AI, artificial intelligence. We are very happy that we always see some new innovation is taking place. Artificial intelligence is just taking our entire work. We are getting dependent on it. So robots are now there, and they will be now doing a lot of work for you. But just think of it. What will happen? It is something that we used to make it for the good purpose, but somewhere a group of the robots, if they get infected by certain kind of viruses, what can happen? Can you imagine? So if you see the data between 2016 to 2025, business will spend almost 2.5 billion on artificial intelligence to prevent the cyber attacks. So they are there to prevent. Means artificial intelligence are now also used for preventing also. There are certain techniques with the help of machine learning, we can predict and we can also use the behavior. If you guys all can know that if you're typing, I will tell you some small means machine learning concept. Whenever we are typing some words and some words are not appropriate, what will happen? YouTube automatically has a facility, it blocks it. So these are the some smart things are going on it, and people are making small projects on based on it. So artificial intelligence is also going to help us. There are two sides always there. It may prevent, it may also have destruction. So we are thinking in the positive side, and we will take it how it is going to help out it. So this is again a challenge and opportunity for all of us. Next, IoT threat. Guys, this is very burning situation in the current way, that we all are getting dependent. If I go and talk about the IoT, Internet of Things, we are moving beyond that. We are making every device is communicable, or any devices available in this planet which can be switch on and switch off. They all can go use automatically make an IoT enabled device. Means a communicable communication can be established on it. So what is happening? You find, I'm sure that if you are using it, if you are using for refrigerator, you might have seen some of the animation slide. If you are watching your television, smart TVs, or any of the devices that is there, from all your entire device, if they are connected to each other, we are finding that the security is less. And as the security is not appropriate, what is happening? There is an opportunity that anyone can enter. I will tell you some small example, and then you can understand the impact of IoT threat. Let's take, we all know that now we are using an electricity, and electricity is coming from the grid environment, and every grid is connected to internet. Somewhere, if anyone is successfully able to insert a SQL injection or any kind of, he get an access to your machine, any of your machine, either it could be an unsecured smart TV, and if it is able to access to your router, and then it will able to access to your entire what we call as a network, it will go and directly access and go to your entire uh, network of your electricity grid, and thus it can cause a lot of damage, like automatic switch on switch off. So there could be a problem. So this is a small stage, there are multiple things are there. We are dependent on the cloud. I will tell you what is happening in it. So this is also one of the important aspect where cybersecurity experts can put their views, they can come together and they can work for the security. Again, it's a good area for researchers also, they can just use it. We are also working on some cyber threat applications with my student, and we are trying to make some algorithms which makes our data more secure towards it. uh, yeah, next we are moving towards, again it was an animated part. This is an, again it was showing an example was shown that how threat is there. We all know that we all are interconnected. Now the devices are talking to each other, they don't require wire, they are connected with your Wi-Fi network. And if they are talking to each other, they are not talking means they are just sending the data. And if the data is sent, what is happening? we require some good security. You can say that, sir, my laptop is secure because I'm using antivirus. What about your television? Do you know that you have to update your firmware? Do you know you have to update your mobile? We don't bother, but we are tend to use it. So see, if this is good for us, we are talking to Alexa. You might be knowing about the Siri, that is an iOS Apple product, and you have seen that recently what happened in past few years, that they were recording all audio and the video, and that was stored somewhere in the place. And when they found, Apple apologizes for it, and it has also compensated for the same. So with the advancement, with the effective use of the technology, we are also coming up with some kind of threats. So what we have to do, I will just tell you what we have to ensure it. But as far as the concern, don't say that we are not going to use. There are some kind of information like protocol issues, security issues. We are not more bothered about how to secure it, what are the different protocols can be enhanced, how I can make sure that some kind of antivirus or firewall protection should be given. We are talking about the firewall on a computer. What about the other devices that we have to think of it? Next, if you see smart, again, this is the best example for IoT and enabled things what we are talking. We always talks about smart cities, smart, everything smart. We are connecting to every devices, we are connecting to the computer, to the network wirelessly or wired. So again, it was an animated image. I'm not able to play, pardon for it. But the fact is that this entire concept was here to show that how we are getting dependent and how smart cities are there. It is good for us. Everything is getting controlled centrally, or you are using your app or mobile phone to control the devices, remote control like of things. But again, it comes with a bundled product like a security threats, and we have to make sure that we are aware and concerned about it. Okay. Insecure web interfaces. Those who are from the computer background, I request everyone to go to the shadon.io, and I will tell you how we are insecure web. I will tell you one small example. Do you know you are using nowadays you are using the broadband connections, and you have access to your router. You simply used to type a simple IP 192.168.1.1, and you know what is the biggest thing? If the passwords are very common, like admin 123 and so on. So this particular website will show all available devices, that is the connecting devices, routers, switches manufactured, and their weak passwords. This will reveal each and everything, and the hackers will take this advantage, and they will try to ping to you your machine, and they will try to enter your machine by this particular entering this password. And the moment they were able to your router, they can control. I'm not talking about a single person, because they will not spend their time, their energy doing that. But just go and think of the companies, like big companies or small and medium enterprise companies, and if they're able to access via the router, what they can do. They can take their accounts data, they can take their imported files, they can reveal the secrets. These are all the things that can happen. Okay. So this is you have to ensure. So what is the I will also tell you one remedy. The moment you get the devices, you can go to the security, and you can just go and change with the high password. I will also share you which particular websites will tell where your password is secured or not, that you can go and check on it. Okay. Next, we are talking about the blockchain. Again, I would like to tell you that this is my interesting area. I'm working from last 3 years on the blockchain. We with my colleagues are working for blockchain optimization, code optimization, block optimization, and even recently I along with my PhD scholar have submitted some project like PhD proposals for ensuring the pandemic situations like COVID for supply chain management, and also how the vaccine distribution can be done. Because this is a very critical problem. Let's assume that we are getting the vaccines in one year. Okay. But what happened? What about the application? Do you know we are almost 135 crores of the population, and how much time it will take for us to reach to the vaccine? That is the biggest thing. So how we will manage? If we come up with some certain things, a solution, we will be very happy to it. So we have just proposed it. If it is finalized, we are going to publish the papers also. In fact, if you don't know about the blockchain, I just want to tell you that blockchain ensures the highest security, immutability whenever you are doing any kind of transactions. Every transactions in and out get highly encrypted, which is having the algorithm which is not decrypted by anyone. Even the developer cannot go and do this. So it creates a chain, that is a block of the chains that are highly immutable and highly secure. So we are now finding, if you go and search a buzzword called as blockchain, you will find hundreds of new things happening. Recently, IBM and other companies are taking themselves into deep dives into multiple positions, like creating the blockchains for supply chain, for education. We are seeing a lot of things are developing. Even the researchers are doing a lot. So blockchain is a revolution. Now the things comes that, sir, is it hackable? That's a big question, because the idea behind Satoshi Nakamoto, when it's come, whenever I talk about the blockchain, there always it comes a bitcoins and all, and there are a lot of coins for there. So this is one of the use case of the blockchain, but there are multiple applications. Blockchain in the health sector for transferring in secure data, for doing a large operations, maintenance of the huge data sets where there is no immutability, taking the voting system, entire banking system is getting converted on it. So we are now dependent on, why we are doing, because there is no centralization. This system is a decentralized system. We are not dependent on any third party, means a trust is built on that. But again, the question comes that what about the security part? And the next is the blockchain. So if you find some of the news, yeah, blockchain may be hackable. Now, if this comes, it means again there is something we have to protect. We have to ensure the security. So now, as soon as someone has tested it, that there is some chances that we can go and hack off the blockchain, it becomes again a threat. Because now, every time when something comes new, we are getting dependent on it. No one can go and say, even as far as my experience, I can say that blockchain is highly secure, immutable still. But what next? How to make it more robust? How to make it more ensure the security? For that, we have to ensure that we are just making it quite secured with the help of some security applications. We must apply some of the protocols, secured protocols, so that we can ensure the highest security in the blockchain. So this is one aspect of the area. Next, I would like to talk about the serverless app. I know that, guys, what is happening right now, that do you know that traditionally we were believing on the mainframe systems, where we are working in a surrounding system. Then we come to the PC, we are isolated, we are not connected to each other. Then slowly we come to the connected part of the network, LAN and all, World Wide Web. Certainly, when we found that the resources are sharing is very tough, then we certainly move toward the cloud. We found cloud is still penetrating. Still, we are migrating our entire businesses on it, and the security aspects are also covering. Nowadays, now we are now moving towards the serverless technology. You will be surprising, sir, what is happening that. Do you know, if you know about something about the fog computing, that you will come to know about it. I will tell you one simple example, and then you will understand that why we are now depending upon the serverless example, serverless apps and all. If you know the moving car and the the sensors are there, and they used to send the data to the cloud, and the cloud will respond. So the time they are sending the data, they are compiling certain kind of errors or any data which is collected from the sensors and sending to the server on the cloud. What happens? The time delay is there, and by the time some actions or some kind of instructions comes, the accident or something happens wrong. So what to do that? So in order to cope up with certain things, edge comes to it. So edge makes what, that your data, whatever you're generating, you can keep over there. You apply some machine learning algorithms, you apply some artificial intelligence, and then you can take your own decisions. So yeah, I am not going more in the machine learning and all, because they have a lot of another aspect to deal. But what I'm saying, that we are moving towards it. I will tell you best example: WhatsApp, serverless app. Entire data resides on your computer. There are multiple apps are there. The companies don't keep. This idea comes because people talked about privacy. If I'm sending my data to cloud, what will happen? What is the privacy? Then company comes, okay, for ensuring the privacy, what we will do, we will keep entire data on your server. We will only take some of the critical informations, and we will try to upload where you ask. If you go and see your WhatsApp, when you try to take a backup is not taken on the WhatsApp server. They are basically taken on your drive, Google Drive and all. And thus, it all ensures that your data is there in your hold, but it comes with again a security hole. So this is a vulnerability is there. If I'm not telling about that anyone's WhatsApp is vulnerable, WhatsApp has very high security. End-to-end encryption is a recent trend what has happened. But what happens if your mobile phone is vulnerable? If any of your if your mobile phone having certain loophole, it is not updated, so what can happen? Through your mobile phone, someone can enter, they can take the data, and there are multiple ways to decrypt your information. Thus, serverless app vulnerabilities are also very critical. Nowadays, all developers are moving towards serverless app. It is not only for the privacy, but it is also basically for making your apps work more faster. Means if you want a high performance, that's why we are using the serverless techniques. Again, there is a highly risk and vulnerabilities are there. So this is what an example. I hope I'm not letting you bored, but it is something that if I'm talking about the future perspective and the emerging trends, you must be knowing about it. So if I go and talk, I have just highlighted 5 important emerging trends in cybersecurity. Number one is automation. Yes, whether you agree with me or not, but automation will become a norm. It become mandatory. We are moving towards automation. Automation not only means robots and all. Any process which is manual, we can making automated. If I can make an automated my entire presentation, it's a good job for me. So automation is going to become a norm. If anyone who is interested in the security field, they must ensure that they are taking this interest. Next, transparency will continue to grow in importance. Yes, transparency, and that is what the reason blockchain is getting more liked by the developers, liked by the companies, government, and all, because blockchain gives highest transparency of the transactions. Nothing is hidden. You can't do anything in it. Artificial intelligence, yeah, security challenges present by artificial intelligence. AI will going to help us to ensure that we are in safe hand. I'm not talking about the artificial intelligence for robot development, but I'm also talking about AI used for our smart decision making process also with the help of machine and deep learning. Edge computing, just I have told that now we are shifting our entire focus from cloud to edge, or you can also say many researchers coined both the term cloud and the edge together. So they are not basically different, they are working in the same aspect. Some of the differences are there. Threat intelligence, you have to ensure that you are intelligently handling the threat. See, in the COVID, we cannot ensure what we cannot say that we can go and fight with the coronavirus, but the thing is that we can smartly handle it, and this is now the way. I think the entire lifestyle is going to change. I'm hoping that the vaccines and the medicines comes, but still till that we have to ensure a highest safety, and I hope we all are doing the same. Okay, so I think it was quite boring part from my side because I was just taking lot of theoretical aspect. Let's check it. If anyone who is having the mobile phones or the laptops on, they can just go and check. Can you get hacked? If I told I am not joking, so the first thing, have I been new.com. So if you see this, if you please go to the website and please check that whether any of your personal information is compromised on any of the platform or not. It means that you just have to enter your particular email ID, and if you go and check your email ID, you can, it's safe, you can go it, you can just check out it, and the moment you check it, if somewhere your email has been used for any kind of illegal activity, it will show in red color, means it is breached. your data is breached somewhere. And if it is not, then you're safe. You can try with some of the fake email IDs. You can try with some of the fake things. Then you can come to know. This is the best website to check and have a self-diagnostic for all of you. You can just go and go through it. Next part, if you know that, see, password is very important, and every bank and everyone says that please go and change your password. Really, it's important that your password should be highly secure. How to keep your password, that is again the big thing. I know that most of the people uses their phrases, name phrase, common numbers and all. And if this is something happening, what will happen? The fact is that you will be not able to judge that whether you are vulnerable or not. If you are using the same password for multiple platform, again, that is very bad. You don't do that, because if you're doing this, you are just making yourself vulnerable. So you can just go and randomly check the password. I'm not asking you that you must go and enter your own password, but I'm just referring that this is one website where you can just ensure, if you type some of the password, it will show from seconds to minutes to hours to years to crack the password by the hackers by applying any of the algorithm. It could be brute force attack or any of the methods for hack cracking. But if you are using this of the tool, I think there is another tool from Kaspersky for the password. You can go for and check it. And LastPass is also good. It is also having some web-based tool to remember your password. Again, it's very secure if you are using it. And you can use this website for your self-diagnostic whether I am using the great passwords or not. I hope it is quite informative for you. Okay. So I'm just here for in the conclusion part. I know we have tried to cover, and I will try to take some of the questions from you. What I'm saying that, you might now I will talk something about the recent trend and what is happening in what is told by Interpol security experts in India, not only in the India, but even our people who are working for security concerns. They have raised that people are coming up with a lot of phishing attacks. They are planning, and if I say, I request any one of you, please, before I end up my session, I request everyone, please go to click on the link, and it is saying that free pack of 6 masks are there, which is providing by the Amazon for free to fight with the coronaviruses. So this kind of lucrative things can comes whenever the free. If I float this message into my any WhatsApp group or any my group, what will happen? Out of almost 50% of the people will at least go and click on it. And the moment they go and click on it, what will happen? I am going to get here most of the important details. Actually, I'm having the animation, but again, there is a problem in this presentation. I'm not able to show you. So what will happen? See, I'm providing two link. This is made only for you. You can just go and click on this particular hyperlink. After clicking on the hyperlink, what you can do, you will be redirected to the real page of Amazon.in, where it will show pack of 6 masks. But remember, this is not free. It will show the charge. I think yesterday when I've seen, it was showing 186 rupees. But what happened? You will find, oh, someone has made me fool, and you will close that browser. But the next, whenever you open this particular link, actually, this is again for all of you, what you will find that your detail with all of the important things are captured by the Grabified link. It means your IP address, your ISP provider, your computer detail, and many more details are captured. And this is the very simple example how people used to take your data. And whenever this is the only very simple thing, and the moment when you come up somewhere to your own computer, and whenever you get some messages on your Android to click on the link for getting free or something very lucrative offers, please don't click on certain links. Unless you are very sure, please don't click on it. If you are doing, you are compromising your mobile phone, your entire data to the bad people, and they can use it. Because I know personally, many people used to keep their important IDs and the password in their mobiles also. So don't click on it. The moment you go, you will get entire detail. I hope some of might have checked also, and they might be surprised to see some of the important thing happened. So here I have just used one video demonstration created for all my audience to show the demonstration how it works. But again, unfortunately, I was not able to play this presentation. If anyone allow me so that I can do, and this is how I just want to end my session. If you have any kind of query, please let me know. And if anyone can allow me to play my small animation, because I have my PPT, so that I can play and I can show to the audience that how it works. A simple click. It's a GIF file. Okay, sir. Yeah. And okay, guys, I feel that we have tried to cover some of the basic things. So basic ideas before I get some of the questions. If anyone you have any kind of questions, please let me know. And yeah. Okay. I'm very thankful to all the audience for their good response. Especially thankful to Dr. Debishis, Dr. Rivatkar sir for just providing me this opportunity to interact with this audience. Thank you. Yeah. If any kind of questions are there, please let me know. Or if I am able to play my some small animations or videos, it will be more interesting. Thank you. Debashis sir, can you please join? If you have any kind of query, please let me know. Welcome.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Hello.
You
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. It was a nice presentations.
Thank you very much, sir. Actually, I was having some video presentation into the slide,
So,
but I think
sir,
it is not.
you can share your video presentation by clicking on the same plus symbol, and there are a option that is called the share screen.
Okay. Plus share screen.
Yeah,
Okay. I can share the specific applications also.
yeah, you can do that.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for the information, sir. I'm just trying to show it.
Yes, sir.
Is it my presentation is visible?
It is loading. Screen is loading.
Acha, it is screen is loading.
Yeah, now it is visible.
Okay. Okay. So what I was just trying to show into it. See, this is how the WannaCry ransomware was working. So this was a small GIF image. The moment the script is get loaded into the machine, and it will show this particular screen on your message, and it will ask some bitcoins from you. So this is how the WannaCry was very popular in India also. We have seen a lot of damages caused by it. And next, if I go, this is the heat map which shows the data till 2017, how the WannaCry was affecting your entire world. So this is this map was also recently updated, and if you can go nowadays, cases are very less, but still it is penetrating the world and taking the lot of use. So if I go and see how the IoT threats are there, we are seeing these are the different devices are there in the connected to your computer, which is wireless, connected to your router or something. If one of the devices get hacked, it might be possible that your PC is very secure, or your laptop is secured, your desktop mobile is secured with antivirus, but it might be possible that any of your connected device, like your smart television, is not secured. In that case, there will be a chances of hack. So this is a smart city example, how the interconnections takes place. This is again basically an example which I have shown for the shutdown.io, where you can go and check whether your devices are compromised or vulnerable or not. Vulnerability is the very biggest threat to us. So I was showing you this particular app. You can just click on any of the number. Either you can go and check for any your email ID, and you can just click on it. And if you click, because I'm not using the real email ID, it was simple, and you will find that good it is not means it is not hacked or compromised. So you can check any of the email ID, or even if you feel, you can check your own email ID, and if something has happened wrong with your email ID in the past, it will show and it will reflect the data. So this is a small GIF. I was just thinking to show it. Next is to how to check the password is secure or not. And if you see, the moment I'm entering some of the password, it's showing from the seconds to minutes to days to years and to million of years to crack it. And remember, if I'm setting this kind of password, I will tell you how to set the password. The best example, we basically use our date of birth, our name, our middle name, our last name, something at the rate or what. It's not highly secure. In order to use, you can use phrases with some special characters like I love my cat, I love my dog. No one can go and think that you can write like this. You can write a long phrase which you can remember easily, but again it is very tough to crack. You can go and set any of the password which you like to do it, and it will be quite interesting to ensure your basic security for all the devices, not only for the laptop but desktop or any of it. Next, I just talked about this particular link. You can click on the hyperlink and you can go. I'm just going to show how it is going to work. You can also recheck whether your particular data is grabbed or not. After this presentation, I'm going to delete this because I'm not going to use any of the information because it's very basic. It is not going to do any of the harm as it is uploaded from my side. I'm going to delete that also. Next, if you see this, I just created this for you. Yeah, this is my, I have also created my channel. I'm very new to it. I have just copied this particular link. You can finding, it is allowing me, I'm going to the same page where I'm finding the how many masks are there, but you're finding there is a price. You feel that, oh, someone has fooled me, the price was same. So what you will do, you will simply just close it, and you will go to open the particular link to see the responses from the next slide. Yeah, you will copy it, and you will find that you are tracked and your information is shared to the person who is not allowed to see. I'm not calling them a hacker. This is a very simple technique. We are doing a lot of things. There are a lot of tools are there, a lot of things are there which you can go and see. So this is how the information is grabbed. Only not this information. If you go to the more tab, you will find a lot of information. This is a simple trick to do. Okay, I think yeah. Thanks, Dr. Devishis Das sir, for allowing me to share my presentation. So I had just stopped it. So any of your questions, please let me know. Thank you. In the meanwhile, whenever I was just sharing, it was, yeah. Okay, over to the host.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
The
very much.
knowledge and wisdom you have imparted with us about the topic cybersecurity challenges and its emerging trends on latest technologies, which help and support us to large extent. Your
Thank you.
talk gave us a great boost to take interest in this area. Thank you very much for a stimulating address.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Now, friends, we move on to the next session of today, and I consider it a great honor for myself to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Rahul Jamindar. He is data warehouse specialist at Sydney. He has more than 14 years of comprehensive experience in information technology industry with specialization and expertise in data warehouse. He detailed ETL architecture and data acquisition standards. He, participate, he participated in leadership roles like stakeholder management, team mentoring, and client liaison. Now, I request him to begin his address. Next, over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rahul Zamindar. I'm a data warehouse specialist working in the data analytics team at Hearing Australia in Sydney. I want to start by thanking Dr. Praveen Joshi, Dr. Bharti Deshmukh, and the other patrons and program coordinators of Prerna College of Commerce for giving me a platform to share my opinion about an interesting topic related to the industry that I've been a part of for the last 16 years. I'll give a brief background of my stream of work. So data warehousing is the process of collecting and managing data and information from different systems to provide meaningful business insights. It is a blend of technologies and components which aids the strategic use of data. Image. From different types of systems. In central system, a specific set of processes so that it can be used by business users for analysis. Data analytics is the science that is used to make sense of any set of information from a system. It gives a good look at their processes and results to make decisions to support their businesses. Some of you might have seen the COVID-19 dashboards, which show the number of people affected around the world on news channels or the internet. That is essentially data analytics. And the information might be coming from a data warehouse solution, which has captured all the data. Now, with all my humility, I never want data analytics. And the information might be coming from a data warehouse solution, which has captured all the data. Now, with all my humility, I never want an audience to presume my knowledge. So I would appreciate if you consider what I'm about to speak of as my take on the challenges and opportunities in the IT sector after the pandemic has changed the world as we know it. The coronavirus pandemic has created challenges in virtually every aspect of business in ways few people could have imagined just a few short months ago. IT is certainly no exception, with chief information officers and other technology leaders working overtime to cope with the disruptions, support the business, and continue to steer transformations into uncertain futures. I want to speak of the biggest challenges that the IT sector is facing amid the COVID-19 pandemic. So the first one is shifting business processes. Thing you will all relate with. Universities around the world have had to move thousands of courses taught by over hundreds of time, and that too within a span of days. Equipment and connectivity has been a monumental challenge for IT organizations. The next one, supporting the work from home model en masse. The pandemic has driven millions of people to work from home for the first time, as offices have been shut down to slow the spread of coronavirus. This has meant new challenges in connectivity, security, and management for IT. Employee IT remote setups are very diverse, but a key to success relies upon having a standard setup. Home users may have a very old PC, poor connectivity, outdated or unsupported software, right? Let me tell you that's a big security issue for an IT firm. Some users may also try to use tablets for tasks they did at work in a dedicated enterprise class IT environment. IT organizations need to keep in mind that all activities, skill sets, equipment, and connectivity fit equally into a fully remote world. Understanding this reality, maybe the best response is to avoid trying to do too much too soon. The challenge is to implement an IT philosophy where the organization helps each employee to create a sound, solid IT environment where they can remain productive even while working at home. Then there is remaining proactive even in a reactive mode. During the pandemic, businesses have needed to strike a balance between being reactive and being proactive. Crises, by their nature, send organizations into reactive mode as disruptions arise and must be dealt with on the fly. For businesses, this means continuing to adapt their day-to-day business model to best serve clients during the pandemic. That includes launching new initiatives, which is the case with my company. We provided free hearing checks for anyone concerned about their hearing loss, as well as ensured that supporting technology like hearing aids, alarms, doorbells are working efficiently even during peak periods. But IT must also remain proactive to help keep the organization humming and positioned well for when the pandemic subsides. To be proactive, businesses, in my opinion, need to be collaborative. In my company, our IT department works with the training and marketing teams to ensure that our digital offerings are designed to be beneficial to both employees and our clients, and that too today, tomorrow, and long after the pandemic is over. As IT professionals, it's our job to have a pulse on the technology landscape in its current and future state. While a portion of our role is reactionary during the pandemic, we do need to think to the future and propose solutions to problems we anticipate the industry will experience. Next is training and retraining employees as well as clients. Now, no one was prepared for the drastic changes that have occurred in the wake of the coronavirus, including having to work from different environments, on different devices, and under different circumstances. Many employees have needed to be trained in how to operate computing devices they have never used before, how to connect to core systems from their home, how to correctly and securely use video conferencing systems, and so on. And this means a massive uptick in user education initiatives. Organizations have had to leverage remote desktops, virtual private networks, or VPNs as we call them, and virtual desktop tools to mimic on-site capabilities as much as possible. Supporting a core set of video meeting, collaboration, and telecommunication tools is helping to substitute for face-to-face interactions, just like we are doing right now. User education holds the potential to have a huge positive impact, but only if it does not try to do too much too soon. In my company, we've had practical workshops backed with targeted processes that can be reviewed and changed as the situation evolves. Now, a very important challenge is the need for easy scalability. Many business models in IT, have been turned upside down because of the pandemic. Technology retailers, including hardware, software, and service shops, have seen dramatic increases in online functioning as clients try to avoid physical presence. The cloud, which was already becoming increasingly important for many companies, is now even more vital. If properly architected with scalability, your system within the cloud can be seamless. Now, there might be a few raised eyebrows on what the cloud is. Well, cloud computing simply means storing and accessing data and programs over the internet instead of your computer's hard drive. It ensures on-demand availability of computer system resources, especially data storage, which is called cloud storage, and computing power without direct active management by the user. And to alleviate any doubt, scalability is the ability of your organization to increase or decrease resources, which could be disk space, network bandwidth, applications, or ability to manage number of users accessing your systems. The next, and if I may say interesting challenge, is managing a remote IT staff. Line of business workers are not the only users who have shifted to the work from home scenario. Many IT staffers are in the same situation, and this presents management challenges for IT organizations. Within an IT organization, governance has never been more important. IT leaders must set clear expectations for IT staff, clearly defining tasks, priorities, and time management. IT leadership must also watch for staff burnout. The situation is proving very stressful for such an extended period, and great leaders must factor this into both short and long-term decisions. An important part of operating a scattered IT team is establishing a remote communications protocol. Because we're not in the office, it is important to step up an efficient way to staff the IT help desk to ensure all initiatives and priorities for each day are handled and provide real-time support to employees and clients. To do so, my company created a weekly town hall meeting, virtually of course, with all employees. During this meeting, the CEO addressed everyone, kept employees informed on corporate plans and evolving processes, talked about the needs of the business and plans for the post-pandemic period. Such a scenario of good communication, being responsive, and communicating with employees are the keys to success in managing remote staff within this new normal paradigm. The next challenge is shifting to organized-wide collaboration. A big part of the work from home strategy is making it easy for people to collaborate from their remote locations. Video conferencing has played a huge role in the effort. And in my case, or in many cases, organizations have had to scramble to get up to speed on deploying and using the latest platforms. My company scrambled to quickly deploy Microsoft Office 365 with Microsoft Teams for conferencing and voice technologies to enable staff to stay connected, whether they are in the office or working from home. There is talk now that meetings will still be virtually conducted on Microsoft Teams post the pandemic to comply with social distancing measures, which are a challenge in congested meeting rooms. The next challenge, and apologies for saying this, is the one taken not very seriously in India. That is, keeping up employee morale. The pandemic crisis is taking a toll on many, in part because of all the changes that have taken place and the continued unknowns. For IT, there is the added stress of having to support users and clients in remote locations, operating devices, or using software solutions that might not be in complete sync with the corporate IT environment. Boosting morale is vitally important for IT leaders, whether it was via a handwritten thank you note or in-person praise at a team meeting or a pat on the back. The leadership team in my company was always committed to giving credit where credit was due. During the pandemic, that's still a priority, albeit through virtual praise. The need to empower employees, enhance their confidence, engage them effectively, and enable them with full support is important today more than ever. One of the biggest challenges for the IT industry is facing business continuity needs. While nearly every business plans for them, business continuity and disaster recovery more often than not remain theoretical needs. This pandemic has made these issues real for nearly every organization, and all the planning in the world sometimes doesn't prepare a company for what actually happens. For example, a lot of departments at an IT services company might have had plans in place to have people work at home, but they had never ordered or allocated laptops for critical workers. The planning just proves that they could work at home, but when critical workers need to work at home, Companies have to rush requests for VPN access, find and set up laptops, and try to quickly train people on the proper and secure ways to do what they need to do. So much remote work has the potential to stress systems. So it is a challenge to proactively reach out to networking vendors to see about temporary expansion of capacity of resources. A key component of a business continuity plan is a disaster recovery plan that contains strategies for handling IT disruptions to networks, servers, personal computers, and mobile devices. The plan should cover how to re-establish office productivity and enterprise software so that key business needs can be met. The last challenge I would like to mention is putting innovation on hold. The pandemic has forced many IT teams to focus on the here and now, supporting the day-to-day needs of the organization. For many IT teams, this has meant shifting priorities away from innovation projects as well as new challenges in addressing long-term projects when time allows. Let me tell you that innovation is a big part of the IT industry, and so this is a big deal. I can say with calculated certainty that all forward-looking digital innovation projects will have been put on hold, while IT companies struggle to keep the lights on and deal with a flood of work-at-home issues. In addition, all brainstorming must now be done virtually. With people still figuring those processes out, doing anything more than daily have-to-do items is much harder. On the positive side, coming out of this, the IT industry will have a much better idea of what it wants to drive towards in a future work environment. This concludes the challenges aspect of my talk. Next, I want to talk a little about the impact of this pandemic on the IT industry. Locked down in the house for the last 4 months, reading the daily news grind, as well as the technology trades, has given me some time to ponder the fate of technology. We're still very much in the early stages of COVID-19 crisis. So it's interesting to think about what the potential long-term impacts of this watershed event will have on the IT industry and also society as a whole. So let's do that. 5G on pause. Yes, our wireless and broadband infrastructure needs to be modernized, especially the 4G LTE infrastructure that is supporting a heavily mobile workforce is approaching its limits in its ability to handle increased capacity and the demands of modern mobile applications. However, all the plans that the telecom giants had for rolling out 5G infrastructure are almost certainly now on indefinite hold, given the substantial economic slowdown that is going to occur. With so many people in self-isolation for what could be some more time, and with a possible long-term shift towards home-based work for a large segment of the population, large-scale deployment of public 5G access points is likely to be curtailed. As for bandwidth, bandwidth is a precious resource to be conserved and not squandered. With the large segment of the population confined to their homes, having to consume bandwidth, the internet free for all we have enjoyed to date is all but done. In many countries, there is talk of emergency legislation or an executive order to be enacted to limit video content streaming to 720p across all content services such as Netflix, Amazon Prime, Apple TV, Disney Plus, YouTube, and other providers. Traffic prioritization and shaping might be put in place for core business applications during prime hours, which includes video conferencing for business and personal use. This would effectively be the opposite of net neutrality, but that's an emergency measure. Internet video streaming traffic might be prioritized for essential services only, and governments might provide incentives for them to broadcast their content so that additional bandwidth can be freed up. Remember the antenna and devices with built-in tuners? Just a thought. It might make sense today to shift some programming back to the airwaves and even bring back the DVDs, so that programming can be transferred to devices during off hours when networks aren't saturated. As with an expected slowdown on 5G deployments, fiber and other infrastructure improvements are also likely to be put on hold in many countries. So if you don't have access to gigabit fiber now, you probably won't be getting it for a while. I want to speak about the cloud a bit more as critical supporting infrastructure during this pandemic and beyond. Cloud capacity, especially from the hyperscale vendors, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, Google Compute, Oracle Cloud, Alibaba Cloud, and IBM Cloud, is what is going to get us through this storm. With the remote home-based workforce, remote desktop technologies will be essential until native born in the cloud applications can run core business functions. Legacy vertical industry Windows client server apps are problematic and will need to be refactored and rewritten entirely as PaaS and SaaS. That is platform as a service, which is PaaS, and software as a service, which is SaaS. This will occur using enabling technologies such as containerization and microservices, because VMs, which is virtual machines, and information as a service are computationally very expensive. I also believe this pandemic will eventually get us Android and iOS apps in the cloud. It will mean that Android and iOS platforms might eventually get re-architected, and it will occur almost certainly via a partnership with technology giants like maybe IBM or Microsoft. The next one, IT companies might have to rethink in the personal and business computing form factor, which is the personal and business computing devices. If more people are spending time at home, then the notion of smartphones as primary content consumption and communications device will need to be re-evaluated. Additionally, expensive laptops and convertibles will no longer make sense for the majority of end users if the workforce is no longer mobile and commuting to work. In essence, desk work is better accomplished with a full-sized monitor, keyboard, and mouse. Now, these have big implications for IT product companies. If the desktop is going to be increasingly cloud deployed, then it makes a lot more sense for the home worker to be equipped with an inexpensive, solid state, low configuration, thin client terminal that uses bandwidth conserving than an expensive personal computing device. PCs require IT support and more complex provisioning overheads. So two things that will be now in short supply and difficult to implement with a mostly remote workforce. The next one, having to do more with less and holding on to legacy technology. Given that personal expenses on technology are likely to be curtailed for an extended period, the reality is IT organizations may be holding on to legacy devices much longer than they thought they would. For that reason, organizations will have to take measures to extend the useful life of technology, such as existing data hubs, routers, PCs that cannot be upgraded to newer versions of Windows, with secure, lightweight operating systems such as Google Chrome OS, in order to mitigate the possibility of malware, viruses, and other compromises. Just as an example, Apple already has its ecosystem under control and has an excellent official 5-year software support policy for iOS and also for Mac. Microsoft also has 5 years of support for its devices. It's a different case for Android though. Google will need to lock down its OEM ecosystem and be forced to commit to Android One with maybe a 5-year support and an update period by which the company centrally updates the OS and all components. So all carrier agreements that give telcos the luxury of doing updates on their timeframes are a big challenge in this current world situation. Another impact on technology companies will be a consumer pivot from privacy concerns to the logistics of safety and social distancing enablement. Previous privacy concerns about revealing consumer whereabouts and tracking for the sake of convenience will give way to how best to service a population with a demand for goods and services while still maintaining social distancing requirements. Instead of using your favorite mapping application on your mobile device to tell you about traffic jams and to navigate to where your favorite restaurant or retail business is, there will be a likely shift towards using big data, machine learning, and crowdsourcing to facilitate social distancing and minimize large gatherings. A lot of this will be applied to logistics so that access to goods and services and public places will be rescheduled or scheduled to minimize crowds, using real-time data from smartphones, wearable devices, and vehicles. I need not stress how much this will impact the strategies and corporate plans of IT companies. With a home-based work population, the regular 9 to 5 business days are likely to shift to more flexible working days, and a more significant segment of the workforce is expected to become night people and have off hours and rest during the daytime while others are working. This may also necessitate 24/7 operations for businesses that traditionally did not operate that way. All of these will require enabling technologies for logistics management to serve a population that will always be awake and in need of goods and services all the time. Now, as difficult as it seems, I will attempt to speak about the opportunities that will emerge post-pandemic for the IT industry. I want to divide this into two areas: hardware and software and IT services. Where the hardware and software sectors are concerned, we are all aware in some way that the launch of new smartphones and tablets may have to be deferred due to supply chain constraints. Mobile phone users on contracts will be deferring the replacement of their devices due to lower consumer confidence. While factories in Asia are reopening, companies are experiencing challenges getting production fully running. So the opportunity here is to take the time those companies have to gauge short-term and long-term impact and strategize accordingly. In contrast to the parts shortage and unpredictability of supply chains that is dragging down the industry, software is actually a growth catalyst. Companies with remote working technologies are already seeing increased demand as businesses are looking to increase remote working capabilities. Security software will see tertiary benefits from a growing remote workforce. IT spending on security software will definitely increase as organizations race to secure endpoints, particularly cloud-based tools, log management, and VPNs. And hardware companies, they may see major demand coming from enterprises who might place large orders for laptops, routers, monitors, and mobility devices to support employees now working from home. As I mentioned, the other area is IT services. I read a paper from Deloitte, one of the top 3 consulting companies in the world. They said IT spending forecasts indicate a continued demand for cloud infrastructure services and potential increases in spending on specialized software. Forecasts also anticipate increased demand for communications equipment and telecom services as organizations will encourage employees to work from home and schools move to online courses. While this is a world view, we do have so many schools and institutes in India as well now that offer online courses. Another opportunity in the IT industry arises from the fact that most organizations do not have a technology stack in place for a reliable business continuity plan. Due to enhanced remote work scenarios henceforth, IT will play a larger role in future business continuity plans for enterprises and will need help from IT services providers in procuring devices, setting up resilient, flexible, and secure network and infrastructure, disaster recovery systems, and of course, IT security. A big opportunity going ahead is also that the need for ever faster access to data and automation will enhance the focus on network equipment and communications, and that as never before. For example, aligning with the National Broadband Network in Australia, or NBN as it is called, and 5G network deployments in India and around the world. So far, I've spoken about the challenges, impact, and opportunities, specifically in terms of the IT industry. But there's a wider world, of course. If I may, I would like to give an opinion on a few ways the coronavirus pandemic could forever change the way we work, be it in any industry. And you saw a little glimpse of that slide. So working in an office could become a status symbol. Following the pandemic, it's likely that more employees will split their time between working from home and from a corporate office. People will still gather for work, but the amount of time you work in proximity with others and what your work week looks like will be the biggest cultural shift moving forward. The reason I say this is because my company has started drafting plans to return to office in a phased manner from August, and we have been asked to choose how many days in a week we would still like to work at home, with 3 being the maximum. With more people working remotely, companies may open regional hubs or provide access to co-working spaces wherever their workers are concentrated, rather than have the majority of the workforce at one central office. As a result, corporate headquarters may become a status symbol for the companies that still have the budget and a workforce big enough to warrant pricey real estate in a major city. A company's investment in its headquarters could become a way to recruit new talent. I'm sorry. Job seekers may consider it a plus to work for a company with a physical location. And that could boost brand awareness and overall influence within the industry. Sorry. Most meetings could be replaced by email and instant messages. We can certainly expect our post-pandemic work calendar to contain fewer meetings overall. The pandemic has been a technological equalizer of sorts, where people previously unaccustomed to using tech tools in the workplace have had no choice but to adapt. And in some cases, workers are becoming more efficient. People have had to be more patient in learning new technologies and engaging with them, simply because they've been forced to, and those best practices might live on. Everyone's been developing new muscles to work virtually. To that end, expect a generally more agile way of working and communicating with colleagues. More meetings will become emails, and more emails will become instant messages. For team members who no longer work together in a central office, phone calls and meetings may move to video. You never know. It could help to build trust among workers who can interact in person, who can't interact in person. When you're able to pick up on non-verbal cues, or you're invited into a colleague's home via video chat, it forms a different kind of relationship in a faster way than would happen in a traditional working environment. I'm sorry. I haven't spoken this much before. It could be the end of business travel as we know it. As travel of all kinds is halted, telecommunicating is adopted at scale, and companies attempt to cut costs and balance their budgets. Many experts believe business trips as we know them will be a thing of the past. Changing consumer preferences and greater interest in social distancing will limit large group events, such as conferences and conventions for the foreseeable future, and permanently decrease the volume of business travel. Additionally, it is possible that companies might learn that some business travel was unnecessary and can be done via video meetings. So as organizations attempt to recoup their pandemic-related losses, travel budgets will be cut. Office buildings could become elaborate conference centers. With the office building recast as the ultimate status symbol, like I mentioned before, its main purpose could shift. Does the office space strictly become elaborate conference centers then? Experts predict that office buildings of the future may become facilities to gather while focused work is done remotely. This could mean fewer walled-off offices and more gathering spaces to host meetings, conferences, and other company-wide events, keeping social distancing in mind. Beyond that, the open office floor plan might likely stick around. Despite criticism that they kill productivity, it's likely employees will still use the layouts in an effort to lower real estate costs. Open layouts will change, however. Desks could be spaced out, partitions could go up, cleaning stations could be stocked with hand sanitizer, and antibacterial wipes will become the norm. And workers may seek out spaces for focused work, such as privacy booths. Agile workspaces with unassigned seating, like the ones Google have, will decline in popularity. Workers will want the security and control of having a personal space they come to every day and every few days and clean frequently. In shared spaces, expect more touchless features such as door sensors, automatic sinks, soap dispensers, and voice-activated elevator banks. Mandatory on-the-job medical screening could become the norm. Health and legal experts predict that on-the-job medical screening, such as temperature checks and antibody tests, will be a reality for those who return to work in the months ahead. And in many cases, it's already happening. To combat the spread of coronavirus among essential workers, some of the biggest employers in the world have begun taking the temperatures of their employees before they are allowed to work. It's also possible that employees may be asked to show some form of immunity certificate, verifying that they have immunity to COVID-19 before they return to work. You must have read it in the news that this approach, in which workers take an antibody test to confirm that they have immunity, is already being embraced in countries like England, which is attempting to roll out an immunity passport program. However, some scientists have warned that it is yet to be scientifically proven that having antibodies for coronavirus gives a person immunity. The next change I see is co-workers could become even closer. If there's one bright spot to how the pandemic will impact the future of work, in my opinion, it's that it could strengthen the personal relationships we form with colleagues. It's happening to me. For a long time, we've probably taken for granted the ability to see our co-workers every day, and maybe didn't realize how valuable that was, I think the teams will be a lot closer when they're able to move back into the workplace in some time. Behavioral experts think that people might ditch previous messaging habits and actually get up, walk around, and visit with each other in person. There will probably be fewer sad desk lunches. Workplace friendships could flourish among colleagues who are relieved or relied on each other during the pandemic, relieved to meet each other, and got to know one another on a more personal level. But despite more in-person interaction, I think handshakes and hugs are definitely on their way out. The next change I see is fashionable face masks could become a thing. Though business casual will likely remain the norm in offices, two new types of apparel could also spring from the pandemic. The rise of work from home office wear and face masks as a socially mandated accessory. Workers who video conference frequently may retool their wardrobe to be camera friendly. I'm not into fashion, so I don't know how, but those in fashion will definitely figure it out. If we're going to be mediating our professional lives on screens more, I think people will think more about how they appear on screen, isn't it? And wearing a face mask around the office may become commonplace, especially in bigger companies with more workers sharing tight quarters. This could be an opportunity for the textile industry to innovate how to make masks more protective, comfortable, and stylish. Don't be surprised if you see someone wearing a mask with a Ferrari logo or Shah Rukh's photo on it. Aspect of work-life balance might get more relevance. As professionals juggle the demands of work life and home life all in the same place, many employers have relaxed rules about workers starting and ending their days at the same time or at a set time. I think we will probably see a norm for a new norm around trust and respect in the ways employers manage their staff moving forward. With many employees successfully working from home now, it will be a lot harder for employees to deny or employers to deny flexibility around work hours and work settings. To manage a sense of structure, employers will have to set expectations for when they need everyone in the office or online for staff meetings and other team activities. But on the other hand, in order to create a balance between work time and personal time, employees and managers will have to work closely to ensure that no one is feeling pressured to respond to emails and messages at all hours of the day. Home office stipends could become a common perk. Now, I got this off an internet article. When Twitter and e-commerce company Shopify issued mandatory work from home orders for employees in March, both employers provided staff with additional resources to help smooth the transition to remote work. At Shopify, workers were given a $1,000 stipend to purchase necessary supplies for their home offices. Meanwhile, at Twitter, all employees, including hourly workers, received reimbursement for home office equipment, including desks, chairs, and ergonomic cushions. At my company, we were allowed to take any equipment necessary to our home: laptops, monitors, connection docks, and even chairs. If working remotely becomes the norm, then home office stipends could become a common workplace perk. A great possible change is also that the workplace could become more equitable for women. With many workplaces now being forced to operate remotely, long-term flexibility could be here to stay, allowing more women to remain in the workplace while balancing home and work life. This change in the workplace structure could have a huge positive impact on women, as let's admit, they are always more likely than men to adjust their careers for family. In fact, I read while doing my research that roughly 31% of women who took a career break after having kids said that they didn't want to, but they had to because of a lack of employer flexibility. And this was according to a 2019 Flex Job survey of more than 2,000 women in only USA. The forced break can easily cost women thousands in lost wages and future wage growth. A more flexible work culture could also create more equity at home, as both men and women are able to spend quality time with their families and help with kids and common chores. I think you're going to see more men starting to want to have these flexible options too, assuming they enjoyed the time at home with their kids. Though a wider variety of options or work options won't solve all our equity issues, many countries, like most of the Scandinavian countries, show that it is possible to create a more gender-balanced culture. A likely change is also that the middle management positions could be cut forever. In the months and years ahead, we could continue to see a hollowing out of middle management. Gartner mentions that during the 2008 global financial crisis, organizations pulled out all sorts of layers of middle management, which actually made it harder to get promoted. That's one reason wage growth was sluggish, they say. Even when economies recovered and reached new heights, employees were not promoted to middle management roles as frequently, since so many were eliminated during the recession. The next one is automation could be accelerated. While futurists have long warned of job-stealing robots, the coronavirus pandemic has heightened fears that automation will replace the jobs of workers. Because of social distancing measures, many organizations, from restaurants to retailers, have been forced to find ways to operate with as few employees physically present as possible. An added bonus, robots and algorithms can't get sick. So coronavirus has caused an acceleration of some labor trends like automation. There is a huge requirement for the workforce to develop new skills in order to find new jobs, especially for people who have lost their jobs or are out of work. There is significant need for massive upskilling and retraining. So I'm not saying we will all be replaced by robots, but this pandemic will cause companies to be going digital much faster and automate much faster. there could be an increased demand to close the digital divide. Millions of Indians lack access to the internet. This means millions of workers, regardless of industry, are simply unable to work remotely. With schools, colleges, and offices remaining closed, maybe the one silver lining in the situation could be that more government officials will see the need to increase broadband infrastructure, especially if remote work becomes a more common option for employees. So I will conclude with a brief snippet of the way forward for those who are still awake. The technology industry has weathered past crises and found novel ways to emerge stronger each time. In fact, tech companies have led the way on a variety of strategies other industries are now using to cope in this crisis, from remote working to a globally dispersed supply chain to managing through disruption. For all we know, this crisis might well spark further creativity and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for providing us deep perception of topic, the challenges and opportunities in IT sector post COVID-19 and during COVID-19. Your talk brought a new insights from current research. Thank you for a very valuable experience. Now, I would like to call Mrs. Shweta Mankar to proceed further. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Priyanka ma'am and friends. Now we have reached to concluding stage of today's webinar, and it's our valedictory function. We are lucky to have Dr. Pramod Kumar KV as the chief guest to grace this occasion and guide us. I would like to introduce to you the chief guest of today's valedictory function. Dr. Pramod Kumar KV is an associate professor in MG College, Irati, Kerala. He is a versatile personality. Besides being a teacher of English, he is also IQAC coordinator of his college. He is also a member of planning board of Kannur University. He is also the state secretary of the Private College Teacher Association, and he is also published books and research paper in national and international levels. He is a poet, a lyricist, and an actor. This is his versatile interest in different fields of life that make him a very effective, successful, and endearing teacher. So, I extend a hearty welcome to him on this occasion. So, first of all, I would like to invite Dr. L.R. Revatkar from Department of Computer Science of our college for presenting the summing up of today's webinar. So, next to L.R. Revatkar, sir.
Thank you, Shweta madam. Good afternoon to all our eminent speakers and dear academicians. After 4 very extensive and extremely interesting sessions and discussion in this national webinar on information and cyber security, past, present and future, it is my utmost pleasure being able to conclude this webinar. Let me call on the objectives of this webinar. Firstly, this webinar intends to bring about an awareness among the participants about the topic in this digital era. Secondly, to discuss various aspects involved in it through the expert guidance. Of course, it is impossible to summarize these 4 sessions in a few minutes. At this point, I would only like to mention some important points which I took away from these 4 sessions of extremely interesting presentations and discussions. In the keynote address, Shri Kaisar Khalid, Special Inspector General of Police, delivered a talk on cyber security threats. In his lecture, he delivered how the cyber security affects our daily life, and basically he discussed about 3 different threats. The first one is property, second one is dignity, and the third one is the infrastructure. How these 3 things are get affected by this cyber security, that Sri Khalid explained very well. Again, he has given one best example of the biggest robbery in our India. He told that in the biggest robbery in our India was near about 160 million US dollar in 2014, and if we calculate that amount in our Indian currency, then it becomes near about 1260 crore rupees. So these are different threats by the cyber security, and at end he said that everything is open in this world, so we need to take more care about ourselves. In the next session, Dr. Jitesh, Associate Professor, Mahatma Gandhi College, Iriti, Kerala, and he delivered the talk on topic information security using advanced technology. In his lecture, basically he focused on the following points. The first, art and science of secret writing, virtual cryptography, steganography methods, and types of hackers. In next session, Dr. Ajay Kushwaha, Associate Professor, Lowly Professional University, Punjab, elaborated the cybersecurity challenges and its emerging trends in latest technology. In his lecture, he explained very well the evaluation of ransomwares, IoT threats, and the insecure web interfaces, which day by day are increasing in the world of IT. In last session, Mr. Rahul Jamindar, data warehouse specialist, Australian Hearing, Sydney, Australia, discuss about the various challenges and opportunities in IT sector for in this COVID-19. According to my assessment, the contributions of this webinar has by far excelled the expectations and ensure that the objectives for this webinar have been clearly met. With this in mind, I would like to sincerely thank all the speakers and participants of this conference for their essential contribution to the success of this event. So thank you and good day.
Revatka sir, for giving the important points of every speaker. We are really feeling pleasure to have all the speakers and friends. Now, we would like to have feedback of our participants, and I request all the participants to give their frank feedback so that we can make constant improvement in ourselves. So, to give feedback, first we have Shravani Pramanik, Assistant Professor, Department of Information Technology, Balasore, College of Engineering and Technology, Balasore, Odisha. So,
Hi,
welcome ma'am. And
good afternoon.
Shravani Pramanik ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon of all of you. I am Sabani Pramanik. from Balashar College of Engineering and Technology, Odisha. First of all, I express my heartiest gratitude to Penna College of Commerce and the director, Dr. Probin Joshi, for organizing such a enjoyable seminar. This seminar and webinar is very enjoyable and very much informative and very much helpful for all. Okay. Thank you for organizing, and very special thanks to great speakers about they have discussed about that cyber security. I learned how cybersecurity protects the data and integrity of computing assets belonging to or connecting to an organization's network. The purpose of cybersecurity also defend against all forms of threats in the cyber world throughout the entire phase of a cyber attack. Okay. I have learned about how network security is important in our today's digital life and how to make sure my problem is effectively stated. Once again, thank you, the whole organizing committee of Penna College of Commerce and the all speakers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and for giving her frank feedback and remarks. We are really happy. And next, in the feedback section, we have our next participant, Dr. Poonam Sahai ma'am, Associate Professor from Department of English, Ranchi Women's College, Ranchi University. So I welcome Sahai ma'am. So next to Poonam Sahai ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Okay. It's so nice to be addressing the august audience over here. It's been a pleasure to witness this conference on cyber security. And first of all, I would like to wish Mr. S.C. Gulhane sir, Secretary, Prerna Seva Mandal, Nagpur, Dr. Praveen Joshi sir, Director, Prerna College of Commerce, Dr. Bharti Deshmukh, convener of the webinar, our keynote speaker, Shri Kaisar Khalid, Special Inspector General of Police, Protection of Civil Rights, Directorate of Maharashtra Police. Other speakers, Dr. Jitesh K., Dr. Ajay Kushwaha, and Mr. Rahul Jamindar. This has been a very relevant seminar, particularly because we need to be made aware about the cyber security challenges that we are facing today. It's frightening that we do not know when we will be attacked by various kinds of cyber threats. And I am really grateful to all the speakers who have enlightened us on the various uses of being aware and tackling these unknown challenges. So I'm very grateful today for attending this seminar, to all the organizers as well as the presenters. I thank Dr. Debashish sir, Dr. Leeladhar Revatkar sir, and Ms. Manjari Pathak for coordinating this session also. It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for very nice and frank feedback. And it will really help us for our constant improvement. So next we have our next participant to give the live feedback. But due to some technical problem. He is not connected with us. So for that, we are really sorry. And to move ahead, after receiving feedback, we are very much encouraged. And now I request Dr. Manjari Pathak ma'am to present vote of thanks. So I, Shweta Mankar, take your leave. Thank you very much. And next to Dr. Manjari Pathak to propose vote of thanks for today's webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Shweta madam. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this memorable webinar. I, Manjari Pathak, on behalf of Prerna College of Commerce, Department of Computer Application, welcome you all. This morning, our webinar started with the introductory speech by Dr. Bharti Deshmukh. It was followed by welcome speech by our respected Director of Prerna College of Commerce, Dr. Praveen Joshi. First and foremost, I thank our honorable keynote speaker, Shri Kaisar Khalid, Special Inspector General of Police of Maharashtra Police, Mumbai, who in spite of his busy schedule has found time to grace this webinar and immensely enlighten us and dwelt on such issues of which we were not aware. It was wonderful experience listening to him on this occasion. We express our profound sense of thankfulness of his kind address. Thank you so much, sir. I would also like to extend a special thanks to Dr. K. Jitesh, Associate Professor, Mahatma Gandhi College, Iriti, Kerala, for guiding us on the topic ensuring information security while using advanced technology and inspiring us. A big thank you to Mr. Rahul Zamindar, Data Warehouse Specialist, Hearing Australia, Sydney, for his valuable guidance on the topic challenges and opportunities in IT sector. We thankfully appreciate the gracious effort of Mr. Rahul Zamindar that though his tight official schedule did not allow craft his address and make us for the presentation on this occasion. We appreciate Professor his talk on cyber security trends on versatile personality, Professor Kumar English. He is also a great poet for the valedictory function. Him the bottom of the taking of fully occupied schedule. For honor encouragement. I thank support. My hearty thanks to College deep sense of appreciation guidance. I thank for webinar. Special